Just let us know, council members. Before we start, thank you. May I have a motion to close the
So
public
moved.
portion of the last workshop section?
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public portion of the workshop.
Last week.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to formally close the workshop session of Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Cotton.
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I just want to make sure Corporation Council,
So,
right.
Madam Clerk, we have to close it.
I understand that, but I wasn't here.
And
That's
neither
what,
was I.
and that's what I
We
want to
shouldn't be
make
voting
sure
if we
that
weren't here.
it's okay.
I understand
That's
that.
all. I'm just
Let's wait for the
asking.
Corporation Council.
I'm gonna abstain.
I'm formally closing the workshop session of Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024.
We weren't here, so we.
My question is, we were not here. Is it okay, Corporation Council, that we can vote to close the works? Public portion from last meeting. Madam Clerk.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I didn't see you say anything, that's why. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Dabila.
As I was not here, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
I
Yes.
want to be the boss. Everybody stop me to be the boss.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine is absent. Councilman Velez.
I wasn't here, but I vote no.
Thank you. And Mr. President was
My
here.
vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the votes are 5 in the affirmative. The workshop session of Tuesday, December 3rd is hereby formally closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I have a motion to close the workshop of the last week meeting?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, that wasn't here, but second by Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the workshop section of last week.
Roll call to close the workshop session of Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I wish we could raise the tape, but no. Oh, my vote is no, I wasn't here.
Your vote is?
I vote no, I wasn't
No,
here.
you weren't here. Okay. Thank you. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no. 4 absences. I'm sorry, 3 absences. The workshop session of Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024 is hereby formally closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Now, once we finish the process of closing the workshop meeting last week, we are ready to start our next meeting, which is today, December the 10th. So good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting on Tuesday, December 10th at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. The meeting time is scheduled for 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman
I'm
Davila?
sorry, here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Oh, sorry. Councilwoman Mims.
Here.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the votes are 7 present, 2 absences. The Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, December 10th is now opened.
Nobody was sitting there.
Statement of compliance. Can I have the folder?
Councilwoman.
Mr. President, this evening's
Can I be
prayer will be rendered by
responsible for
Ms.
number 10?
Princess Reeves, which has been followed by the flag salute, led by the Honorable 5th Ward Councilman, Louis Velez.
They did, can you update? Sister Reed,
Princess.
Princess Reed.
she's
Would everyone please stand? Let us bow our heads, please, giving honor to God as we come before this evening meetings. Father, let it be a blissful meeting. Let those things that are righteous in your eyes be blessed and be given with the right correction. Let each family that's here in presence and the ones that's on their way, bless them in their health, in their home, in their traveling. So, Father, I ask that you put upon an anointing in this place. Let us all, as we leave this season as 2024, and we transition into 2025, let us do the corrections, provide the provision that is needed for all the people, no matter what race or color. We are here to honor you, so let us all be in agreement on the same accord. Father, we ask this in your name. Amen, amen, and amen.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain stand. Now let's do a moment of silence for those that lost a loved one in our community and also for our troops. You may be seated. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2024-2025. Today's meeting date is December 10th, 2024. Scheduled time is 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1, 2024. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of the regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, good evening. Before we start this meeting, if you wish to speak on the public portion, there's a list. Don't forget to add your name on the list. You will have 3 minutes to address the council and the administration respectfully. To my council colleagues, it's great to see my council colleagues all back in this meeting. Let's keep the decorum that this meeting deserves. Let's be respectful to each other. And let's use the 2-minute window in each voting section. That way we could address any concern about each legislation that we'll be voting. That will help us to be more effective and be focused on the agenda. And at the end of the meeting, we could speak about any matter that we might want to address administration or the public. With that being said, payment of bill, Councilwoman Dabila.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good evening, Paterson, to everyone, to my colleagues. We have before us a summary of disbursements. There was 2 payments to the Board of Education for a total of $12,703,839.84. It was a payroll week, so that's $5,559,410.19. In addition, there were statutory expenditures, there was some workers' comp. In addition, there was also some solid waste payments, making that a total of $21,910,313.36. My motion is for payment of bills.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Dabila and second by Councilman Khalid.
Council President.
And Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. You know, about 2 years ago, there was a lot of discrepancy between the council and the administration and going back and forth with this payment of bills. And I requested through the chair, CFO, I questioned that day, Madam BA, if it's possible to have a separate set of payment of bill. Well, and the reason I asked, because everybody was questioning why the payroll was in the payment of bill and the general payment of bills on the other one. And the request was to see if the administration could do a little diligent work on it and present a payroll one and a other expenses bill in a separate, same bill, but in the separate form of action that we could vote in one and not vote in the other one, or whatever happens. If that don't mean that we're not gonna vote on positive, because service have been rendered, just to be a little bit probably more transparent. Some people will not vote for a whole complete bill and use the statement that we are only voting because the payroll is there, just to be, you know, more efficient into the payment of bill, to see we could separate the responsibility of payroll in a bill and have the other expenses in another type of bill for make a smart vote on it and moving forward. That's only the request I requested 2 years ago. If it's possible moving forward that we could present it that way, it will be more healthy for the entire community and also healthy for us, that we could also have the chance to vote up and down, whatever it is. That's my request 2 years ago, so I'm bringing it back at this time. Council President, thank you.
Thank you, duly noted, Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $21,910,313.36. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
My responsibility in terms of payment of bills is to make sure that I either support or don't support payment of bills. So I would disagree that we have to have payroll separate, as it is part of the summary of disbursements. In addition, if there's something in this payment of bills, I can say that I'm in support of, and can say that I don't support a certain item, and I could put that on the record. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, my vote is yes for payment of bills for $21,910,313.36.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, it's easy to say that when you're not being responsible, but when you have $21 million in expenses hidden within, there's all kinds of occurrences that could take place that you can't possibly responsibly vote on and having it voted as a collective. It's impossible. And then you have those, well, I would definitely be responsible in paying the employees what they, yeah, of course. But what about all of the rest of the money that we're allowing to be squandered? The responsibility, as my council colleague just talked about, the responsible thing to do is just to vote up or down. That's not what the council's job is. Well, the responsibility of the council is to be financially responsible, prudent, on how the money is spent. We have close to $1 billion that comes into this community every year. Close to 300 million of that is this municipal budget. And as I got out my car, there was rats that ran past me. This council has dropped the ball on its responsibilities altogether. I've been, talking about this for the past 10 years. We are supposed to be sitting as a Board of Health. But yet, they weaponize the health department to target businesses while we have rats running around in the city in such an abundance. You can't possibly think that you can vote on $21 million in the collective and not scrutinize. The job of the council is to go through this budget line by line every single pay period, every single time we vote on it. To be responsible, to exclude certain things. All you have to do is watch when people like Councilman Morris and Councilman McCoy was here, and at least you had 3 people that was being responsible, but each and every time you would see items being pulled from the agenda. Here, you have council members working on behalf of the administration, and sure, we're gonna funnel and push everything through. And I'm gonna be responsible, whether or not it's pointing the light at payroll or not. Because obviously, for all of you city employees who are concerned about your payroll, you have nothing to worry about, trust me. We have a bunch of people that's gonna just lay down and vote yes, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be responsible and taking a stance and holding the administration accountable, even if I have to do it alone. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. $21,910,313.36, the expenditure. Everything is listed in this package right here. If I have any question about any line item, I could question them. I could vote yes or no on it. But saying that it's hidden, is not listed, is totally wrong information. Whole amount is listed, line by page, and details. Who is the payment made to, what is for, everything is listed here. So, but making a broad statement is hidden, is not listed, I think it is not correct. And also when Councilman Morris, Councilman McCoy was here, I served with them for a couple of years. Mm-hmm. We did the payments of bill same way as we are doing today. And at the budget line item, when budget comes up, any of us could question a line item on the budget. We could request the administration to get rid of the line item, or you're not supporting the line item. So there's process in place. But broadly, I cannot, or I urge my council colleague not to make a statement making it seem like we're doing something wrong here. I don't think there's anything wrong here. And if we feel like any of this line item or I don't agree with, I could vote no. But I do agree with it. This service has been rendered. And we are obligated to pay. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Dr. Mims?
So, perfectly stated, Councilman Kalik, but I'll go even deeper. The Winter Wonderland, for example, that many people drove through by Eastside Park, the payment is in this payment of bills. Eastside Park, where people have complained about the work that's being done, is in this park. $700,000 of road resurfacing is in this payment of bills. And the list could go on and on and on. Different people that some of us respect, and we know they do great work. Their names are outlined. Community policing, Lieutenant Sharon Easton has written and found a grant for a lot of the events. The conference that they had just recently, and I think it was International High School, where we had Erica Campbell there. Those payment of bills are in here. So when it's stated that it's hidden or it's corrupt, it's not true. I admonish any person, it sits up there or you can go online. The other piece is every Friday this comes home in our packet, outside of those that serve on the Finance Committee. You have an opportunity from Friday until Workshop Tuesday and or this week to say, these items, I don't agree, let's pull them and we'll vote on them separately. I have not seen that take place. We know it can happen, and I heard it stated last week, someone made the commentary, but at any week you can say, I would like items 4, 6 on page 2, whatever those pages are, you can have them voted on separately. That is our purview as council members. And all of you watch the same meeting, that is not being stated. There's no way I'm gonna vote as a whole for things that I know that are needed. Our children deserve their education. If you have children in the public schools, their payments are in here. You want those teachers to show up in the classrooms, correct? You want to make sure that even if you don't agree with everything that goes on in the school, you want them to get paid so they could come to work. Paterson, do like we do, read the document. Just like you, if you go to work, you want to get paid, and that's what this list does. It pays people for the work they do. We're not trying to hide anything. And as a matter of fact, anybody in the public that want my list, you can have it, because I read it very detailed. So if you want it, my secretary is there. You can take this and see for yourself. My vote, Madam Clerk, is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, I just want to know if there's, no, and this is the thing, okay? There's a payment of bill for, and the page is simple. It's page number 4 out of 4. At the last, matter of fact, this could be that last page. And the name that I see here, I don't know if the same, is what kind of survey it is under the CFO. It's not here, but Madam Clerk, Madam BA could say CBR 2024 3613 15-15, and it's under the 4 category, you know. And the name triggered me a little bit. Frankie Ferrito. No. You know, so this is the thing, right? And this is what we want to avoid. And the reason I asked a payment of bill with the payroll on one side and the other one with other expenses, because if this is the name that is tied up with a lot of violations, 200 and something it is the same person? Frankie Ferrito, something like that, it's the same person? So let's exercise the power that we have. So, Madam Legal or Finance Chair, can I remove this item into more investigation? Why we
No,
paying
wait.
them?
No.
Why we
Robert-
paying them? Why we
Council
paying them?
members, council
Hold on.
members, just please.
Why
I
are
know-
we paying them?
You got to give him Robert Rules of Order.
No.
He's in the middle of roll
No,
call.
Hey,
that's, you just said it. Whoever could
But it has to
remove-
be done at the point of discussion. You cannot do it in the middle of
So-
roll call. At this point, it's time to vote
Councilman Mims.
and close out the vote.
Okay, so I'm gonna do it this way. I will vote on the payment of bills, but I wanna vote no on this payment of bill to further information. All right, so Madam BA, if this is Ferrito Frankie, the same guy that got fined $200,000 or more for violations in the city of codes, and now we pay him back $8,000 and change. I don't know what's the reason. You know, I want to know why. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So my vote is yes and no to this item that I just saw here.
Okay, so Velez is conditional, yes. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, first of all, it's not impossible to do a separation of payment of bills. Let's start with that, right? It's something that is not impossible. If we want to separate payment of bill, it could come in the same document, 2 documents different, one for payment of bill, one for the other provided. But let me just share something with my constituents and my council colleagues. One of the things that really has been giving a bad name to the city of Paterson is the time that the city wait to pay those companies that provide service to the city of Paterson. Honestly, I know about companies that they don't want to deal with Paterson no more because it takes so long for the city to pay those entities that it put them in a difficult position financially. So with that being said, my recommendation to my council colleague, go through the list. If there's any item that doesn't have any supportive documentation and you need additional information, ask the administration. And if you see that, if you know that it's doing something wrong, or you find out that it's doing something wrong, expose the administration and everybody else. We got the document. This is a public document. and it's open to the public. So anybody have access to the payment of bill, and the administration have supported document for any $80 that we pay on this item. And it's been voting the same way for many years, but like I said, there's not, for me, I don't mind, it could be separate, it could be all together, but at the same time, my advice is to just look at it before the meeting, before the workshop, and ask all the questions, ask for all the document, because the administration, they have all the supporting documentation that we're paying for. They should have it. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I'd like to reconsider my vote, please.
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
And this is legitimate. I will definitely change my vote. Ladies and gentlemen, on the second page of the bills list, there's over $1 million in what's called statutory funds. It's bulked together in 3 different payments. And because my council colleagues are so well-versed and they've read it, if one of them could tell me, what is the $800,000 for, I will change my vote to a yes right now. Councilwoman Mims says she's read the document thoroughly, accused me of not being well-versed in it. Councilman Velez just had a question about the $8,000 being paid to Charlie Ferrito. Nobody in the council can answer that question. Here's $1 million in expenses. Council President, you want to enlighten me?
Duly noticed, Councilman. As soon as
Can
we
you
finish.
tell me what the $1 million is for?
Solid waste.
It's not solid
As
waste.
soon as we
It
finish.
Part of
doesn't
it
say
is
solid
solid-
waste.
As soon as we
Part
finish.
of
Can you
it.
tell me what the $1 million is for? But
one.
yet, my council colleagues sit here so well-versed, and here's $1 million in expenses, and they're over there looking over at the BA to give them a hint, to give them a cheat sheet in class.
No.
I would change my vote right now if any one of you can
Tell
tell
them
me
what
what
it
the $1
is.
million is for.
I just
Council
told
members.
you.
Tell them.
Council
It
members.
doesn't
I
say
just-
solid waste here.
Council
Just 3 different items.
Council members.
Okay, I said a portion
Council
of it.
members.
says
A
department.
portion
That's-
of
That's
it.
solid waste?
A portion of it.
May I,
Tell me what
Council-
the
Council
$800,000
Cali?
is for.
Council
What's the
Cali?
$800,000 for?
I'm not
You're the
even-
you're the chair of finance.
Councilman
Tell me
Cali.
what the
Councilman
$800,000
Jackson,
is.
every meeting you
Tell me
have
what the
to have an
$800,000
issue.
is for.
Councilman Jackson, you already voted no.
Tell me
You
what
asked
the
for the floor again.
$800,000
You're
is.
voting the
I have
same
the
way,
floor.
and I just told you.
And I'm telling you,
I
I'm
just
willing
told
to
you. You
change
don't
my-
like the
what's the-
answer?
what's the
Sorry that you don't
800
like
what's the
the answer.
$800,000
I
for?
answered your question.
The $800,000
All right,
is solid
I
waste.
already answered your question.
The $800,000
I already
is solid
answered your
waste.
question.
Again, avoiding the question, members of the public, look what I'm showing you. $1 million in expenses, $1 million. Can you imagine what's in the $21 million bills
Council
list?
members.
12 million.
Madam
Thank
Clerk,
you,
my vote
Councilman
is
Jackson.
no.
Thank
As
you. Thank you, council members. Madam BA, do me a favor, print out all the documentation that support that $1 million exactly. Send it to.
But what do you know about it? You
It's
just
in there.
voted yes.
It's in there.
You just
No,
voted
it's
yes.
in
What
there.
do
I
you
allow
know
you to
about
speak.
it?
Don't
Itemized.
interrupt
What do you know about
Don't
it?
interrupt
You don't
me.
know what the expenditure is.
Before we
Now,
continue with the
Madam
meeting.
BA,
Point of order.
No, no,
understand?
thank you, council member.
This is what we go
Madam
through
BA,
here.
please submit that specific detail of payment of bill.
It's the
Submit it to the
council's
council.
President, it's on there.
Financially responsible.
Council member.
We are the fiscal
Council member
agent.
is there.
And you
The
can't even tell me
information-
what the $1 million
The
is
information
for.
that the councilman is asking is there,
I
but
could
we gotta
scrub the
ask
whole bills list
on
line by
detail-
line. He won't
on
know it. He
detail.
won't know the things he's
Madam
voted-
BA will
he's
provide
voted
it to
yes
you.
for.
Madam BA will provide it to you.
This
Madam
is what-
Clerk, let's
Patterson,
do
this is why you're-
consent
this is why
agenda
your-
from
your
item
town is
2.
being
no,
the way it is.
She needs to
No, he
call
won't
it.
know. He already won't know.
I'm going to announce the
See,
votes.
yeah, please. Thank you.
So the votes on payment of bills in the amount of $21,910,313.36. 6 in the affirmative, 1 no, 2 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $21,910,313.36 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, now we have, Madam Clerk, we have item number
Yeah, I
2
don't know
to
why they
28.
did that.
Please remove item number 10, and let's treat item number 10 as a separate item on the consent agenda.
Council
And let's
President.
vote,
Council President.
Council
Just a
President.
minute, just a minute, Council member. I have Councilwoman Rubicano and Councilwoman Means, Councilwoman Rubik.
Council President.
Remove number 9 and remove number 14 from consent.
So number 9 and number 14, make sure
Yes.
make sure you get your question ready for number 9, number
Council
14.
I ain't got no
Council
questions. I
President?
don't want it on
Yes, no
consent.
problem.
I don't have no
Councilman
questions.
Means?
I do not want
I-
it on consent.
No,
Wait a minute.
thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman
Okay.
Cotton, 1, 9, and 14 out of the consent, so,
Council
and
President?
it will
Yeah,
be
that's
out.
fine.
Just a
So,
minute, Councilwoman Velez.
Just
Yes,
a
go ahead, Ms.
point of reference, as previously stated, where you see council members that are sponsoring, please make sure they move those items.
Yeah, okay.
That's what you
Thank
said.
you.
Right.
That's correct, duly noticed. I know,
Council-
Madam Clerk doing a phenomenal job doing that. So if you
Council
have an
President?
item,
Council
Councilman
President?
Velez.
You know, now that,
Just a minute, council member.
Council
Councilmember Les?
Council President, now that you're removing before she read the statement about removing any item of the consent agenda, I think I was gonna remove it after she read the
After I read,
statement,
yes.
that any councilman could remove and doing a separate
So what is your
call.
question?
No,
No,
the
I have
question
to
is,
read the
she had to
general
read it
statement.
first before we remove items. So that's the parliamentarian, yeah. After she
All right.
read it, I would like to remove 7 and 8.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just
So
start.
7 and 8, Councilman, no problem, okay.
All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be
Council President.
routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion.
So moved.
The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 2 through 28. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate
So
matter.
Move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila.
So I remove
And
7 and 8
Councilmember
for
Les.
separate.
Number 11 needs to
So-
be removed.
Okay, number 11. So, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that we're removing item number 10, number 9, number 14,
Number
number
5.
7,
Number
number
5
8,
needs
number
to be
11,
removed.
and number 5 from Councilman.
To remove to
Wait a
vote
minute, wait a
separate.
minute,
So wait.
hold. What happened
Huh?
now? What are the items we're saying remove?
So, council member, just a minute. So I have multiple requests. Item number 10, number 9, number 14, number 7, number 8, number 11, and number 5.
Number 9, number 10. What, I'm trying to hear, I didn't hear you.
Can you start
9,
from 7,
Just
8,
just a
9,
minute.
10?
Council member, no, we're gonna start the same way I received the request. Number 10, Madam Clerk, number 9, number 14, number 7, number 8, number 11, and number 5.
Why is number 11 being removed?
It's a request from Councilman Jackson. He wants to treat it number 11 as a separate matter, correct,
Okay,
Councilman
this
Jackson?
is the item for,
Yeah,
As
Councilman
well,
okay.
14 as well.
Yeah, I said
14 is already out. Okay? So, Madam Clerk, we have 10, 9, 14, 7, 8, 11, and 5. And so let's vote on our consent agenda, and let's treat those items right after the consent agenda.
And can we do number 11 next for KC and Sally,
Yeah,
please? Thank
We're
you.
going. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Roll call on the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the consent agenda as amended. Councilwoman Cotton,
yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, it's rather amazing and disappointing as well. Not really disappointing, it's actually expected. But resolution in support of State Bill 4250, the Assembly Bill 4236. And I'm sure these are phenomenal bills. I'm sure they're going to benefit the Paterson residents as best as possible. More than 2 months ago, I wrote a resolution in support of an existing zoning ordinance for all of you residents who are being charged for parking, who are being targeted by developers who have been given a green light to overdevelop in our community, who are illegally charging you for parking. For some reason or another, this item simply has not been able to make it to the agenda. And you know what? Council, and I'm sure we're in roll call, you can answer me later, Corporation Council, the level of disappointment has gone to a new high. I'm a sitting council person. Your responsibility is to answer to my concerns when I'm answering to the constituents' concerns. You failed to give a legal reasoning behind why
7 is removed.
I wrote the legislation.
7 is removed.
You're telling, you didn't write me an email, you didn't put it, you didn't tell me what the issues were, simply denying the fact when there's thousands of people in this community being charged illegally. You know, I render a certain.
Corporation Council.
Please, by all means, by all means.
Corporation Council.
Thank you.
Well, are we in discussion or we're in the vote?
Thank you, Council President. I'll be very brief. Contrary to the statements that were made, we did review the item. Not only was the item legally defective, it was factually defective. So we
Where's the
wrote
explanation of
to-
how
please
it's
don't
legally
interrupt me. I
defective?
didn't interrupt you.
Where,
Please
don't just make a blanket statement.
Don't
How
interrupt
was
me.
it? How
Don't
was it?
interrupt me, and I'll get to it. Let the
Okay,
people
sure.
hear.
Yes.
Let the people hear.
Yeah.
So it was legally defective and factually defective. On Friday, the 6th, I wrote an email to Councilman Jackson, and I CC'd the entire council on it. right? Everyone received it?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And I added Madam Clerk to it as well as the administration. I outlined the deficiencies, both the legal and the factual deficiencies in the legislation that he drafted. I took it a step further. I then took the liberty of amending what he wrote so it would pass both legal muster and factual muster, and said that here's a revised version of it, and I sent it to all of council, including Councilman Jackson, and said this is a version that would pass, and I'd be willing to sign off on it. I did not receive a satisfactory response to that. Councilman Jackson responded by saying he'll change one word in the entire document, but he still wants legal to sign off on it. I cannot and will not sign off on something that is both legally defective and factually insufficient, and that's all I have to say on the matter. Everyone received the email, everyone received the revised document, and I will not respond further on this
Thank
matter.
you, Corporation Counsel. Thank you. We on roll call, Councilman Jackson, that's the response, so let's.
Beautiful,
Yes.
respectfully, and I'm gracious that the Corporation Council would bless us with such a indefinitive explanation. Notice, not one time did he outline what was illegal about it. Not one time. Even in his written explanation, yet he's talking over me as he asked me not to speak over him. He talked, within his explanation, he talked about the word compel, and I acknowledged the word compel was a strong word. I'm willing to, in fact, I had no issue with this draft. I don't care who writes it. The issue here is the residents that's being illegally targeted and charged for parking. But what he did was he added into the legislation a non-factual component saying that the council wants to compel, or I'm sorry, wants to strongly convince the administration to ask the planning board not to approve. And I said to him in the email, which I will publish that email, to date, there has not been one item that has been approved by either planning board or zoning board to charge for parking. This part of it is irrelevant. I asked for that to be removed. I did not ask for the draft to remain the same, to change one word. I can actually publish the email that I sent to him. He did not respond in saying, he didn't outline what is illegal about it. When you're talking about something is illegal, you're backing that up with factual context of a state statute, a law, a local ordinance, or something to support your argument. Just because you got a nice suit on and you have a degree on your wall doesn't mean I'm going to believe you telling me something is illegal. And that's what's going on here. So what? So what? I'm speaking. I have the privilege to speak about whatever is relevant. And what's relevant here is how the residents are being mistreated. That's how. That's how. When the residents are paying, when we just go through a bills list blindly and they pay for a lawsuit to members of the to the administration because of poor treatment and poor legal advice, because the law department should be advising the council on what to do to protect the public's best interest. Now, I mean, even if we took a poll in this room, if you're a resident in this city and being charged for parking and driving through neighborhoods that these large buildings have gone up and they're taking up all of the street level parking because the buildings are not providing the parking for free as they're supposed to, is that not a relevant issue to the public? But we want to scarf right past these things. Over 2 months, but yet this legislation to support a bill has managed to make it to, this wasn't even on the workshop agenda.
It was on the workshop, Councilman. Please wrap it up.
So, okay, I'll wrap it up, Council President. I'm very curious, and when you speak, I would like to get some clarity. Where do you stand on the residents that have been illegally charged? Corporation councils failed to render a decision. We have a lawful ordinance already on the books that says clearly these developers, landowners shall not charge for parking, and they are in fact charging for parking. So when it comes to the issue of things that are relevant to our residents, I'm curious of where you stand. But anyway, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda, my vote is yes. And I'm looking forward to Corporations Council answer on what is exactly the legality or illegality that he's pointing out of the document. In fact, Council President, allow him to do a
We come back to
presentation.
you. You already voted.
Allow him to
Councilman,
do a
let's continue with-
presentation
Madam
to
Clerk,
discredit me,
we'll get
to
back to
show
you.
that I don't know what I'm
Madam
talking
Clerk,
about.
let's
Let him do
continue
a
the roll call.
presentation
Councilman Jackson already
and teach
voted,
the
Madam
public
Clerk.
about
Thank you.
how my document was illegal.
Come back to you. Let's continue.
Councilman Kalik.
Please.
Sure, he could do a dissertation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have some great items on this consent agenda.
do.
For example, item number 3, the agreement between NJCDC and City of Paterson to assist in the funding of improvement of West Side Park. We're getting $1 million through NJCDC, some grant money. There are many great items in there, but we be bickering about, I don't even know who is charging illegally to the tenants. Nobody called me. I even hear from one person. Oh, and if we have it already in the book as part, Councilman Jackson, planning board, or zoning board, when they approve this project, they put it in the resolution as that this parking comes with the apartments. So what's the point of making this circus here? Making this, bringing an ordinance in front of the council, if we have it in the book already. It's nothing, if nothing, but circus, I think. That's what it is. And it is not even on the agenda. When it comes on the agenda, we discuss it. When it is on the agenda, and if anybody charging illegally, I would like the community to come in front of the council and point out, this developer in this building, that's what they're doing. Or report it to the proper authority. Let them go out and find those people. I think that's the solution, not to come up with some ordinances and make a circus. That's exactly what it is. Besides that, I see some gentlemen sitting there from, I think item number 4. Anyway, my vote is yes for this consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Dr. Mims?
I'm not gonna even go there, but item 11, there was commentary that was stated to that item. That item refers to, and Council President, I would like to vote on that one next. Zelly Thomas and the Healing Collective, Casey Melvin, they have been down here week after week about this particular item. The way the item was originally written was not correct. This item is in regards to a Senate bill and Assembly bill that was approved. So the way it was written previously was trying to put something in place without having the correct parameters around it. This item is to resolve it. Very easy, clear cut. I know, Casey, you're watching, and I apologize. I thought this would be, oh, he's here, Casey? Casey's not here. So Casey, I apologize that it was removed and then we got to vote on it separately. I thought it would be something very easy and clear cut in the consent agenda, but we will vote on it next. But Casey and Zelly, as you're watching, the item has been resolved and we'll be voting on it next. There's some other items on here. For example, Sybil, Don't Make Me Over, very famous, lived here in the great city of Paterson. She's been here consistently doing concerts here in the great city of Paterson and as a part of the Eastside Neighborhood Association when they did Jazz in the Park and so many other things. And so people that have done great work and their legacies in our community, we cannot forget them. So Sybil, as you're watching, I want to say congratulations. Madam Clerk, there's so many other things on here that I want to go into full detail. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Consent agenda, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's like, I promise myself not to speak a lot, but, when things come forward, it comes highlight things. So, Corporation Council, thank you for the email, a clarification about the will compel. The will compel means obligate, force. As I know, I was born in Puerto Rico but raised in New York, and every time I swear in the flag, it says justice for all, and we always live in a free country. And when I read the word compel, obligate, or force, it told me that we were turning this council into a dictatorship. We cannot force, we cannot make laws to regulate your private business. That's your private business. And the issue of parking and tenant and landlords is a landlord and tenant obligation to see what they commit or not commit when they rent an apartment. There is zoning, there is variances, there's a lot of things that goes through other boards that is not our fault, that people probably, when they sit down with their landlords and tenant, they don't speak clearly before they go and rent to that apartment. I think I have in the Fifth Ward the most high-rise buildings, the most 46 new construction in the past 2016, and I haven't had complaints about people renting and they don't have a parking. That is a wrong information. And whoever complained, they could call to a councilman that is in the Fifth Ward, his name is Louis Velez, that could get you the facts. Instead of calling councilmen and create not factual situation and create all this negativity around the city and when it's not happening, right? That's a landlord and tenant matter. Before they move in, they sign leases. They know where they move into. I even tell the people that come to move to the city of Paterson, if you want to know if your area is good, visit during the night. If you want to know if it's a hot spot or not, go through the night. You will see what you're going to see, and you get what you get, right? And I tell everyone, if you want to live in a nice, decent ward that have everything, food, everything, and everything is there, everybody included, come to the Fifth Ward. 46 new construction, proud to see a lot of abandoned property back to the tax rolls, and seeing new people to come in to the Paterson. And saying that, you know, that's a landlord and tenant agreement, and I believe that we should move forward and not try to create words and turn into this council into dictatorship, because we're not a dictatorship on it. So my vote is yes on this consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council Cali, I would like to just remind you to please respectfully, let's use the 2-minute time, the 2 minute on the voting section. That will help us to be more effective.
Yes,
There's
sir.
no need in every legislation for council member to talk for 10, 15 minutes. It's not effective. It's not helping us to go anywhere. Please, let's stick within the 2 minutes. It's gonna help us to be more effective. And effective. It's gonna start by me. Councilman Jackson has been accusing me of not putting those items on the agenda. And I allowed Corporation Council to speak. That way the public could see that Councilman Jackson has been insulting me and doing all kind of things because he thinks that it's me. I'm not here to stop any Council Cali. I wish that I could work more with Councilman Jackson. I'm here open to all my 8 Council Cali to work collectively. I'm not gonna be able to get nothing done by myself or any council member. This is the governing body. And the reason why those items are not on the agenda is because Corporation Council cannot sign on. And I would never put nothing on the agenda that is not being authorized by legal. He is the one that protects us. Now, at the last week meeting, there was a big discussion about this. I want to say thank you, Director Billy Rodriguez and the engineer, for the phenomenal presentation. I love her. Paterson resident, each council member have this, the West Side Park, huge project that cost $8 million. I was bashed because I was supporting this project. Now, I want you to look at it. And I request this presentation to be on TV because this is a phenomenal project. That's going to change the whole community on that section. And this is what we're talking about, moving the city in the right direction. Now we have to stay on the job, making sure that they do what they have to do here. So with that being said, I'm satisfied about my decision in this council. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The consent agenda is hereby adopted as amended.
Council President.
Thank you. Council members, Councilmember Velez, just a minute. I know that there was a multiple item, council member, that we removed from the agenda. It was 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 14. Let's go on that order because some of you move it out of the consent agenda for a specific reason. So allow me to take care of all those items. That way we could have that discussion. We continue with the agenda. Councilmember Velez?
Yeah, it's quickly, Council President. I know that after I finish making my statement before voting, you made the statement to try to stay in the 2 minutes and don't talk a lot, whatever. When you need to tell somebody, don't do it general, because I gotta think you're doing this because me. I'm the last one. I'm the last one to speak. If you think that somebody's speaking more than they're supposed to, tell them directly. You speaking a lot. Try to stay in the 2 minutes. I'm taking time, my own time that I'm meeting, talking, and I'm less than 2 minutes. So I just want to keep that clear.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Council members know who's the one spending most of the time. I just don't want to mention your name. Let's do it unanimously, council members. Let's work together. Item number 5, Madam Clerk, that was moved out of the consent agenda.
Yes, Council President. Item number 5 is a resolution acknowledging contents and effects of Memorandum of Understanding between the State of New Jersey and the City of Paterson for transitional aid in the calendar year 2024, including any applicable supplements. It's an administration resolution 24-712.
So moved.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Dabila, second by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Catherine, Councilwoman Mims. A roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. Madam BA, so I could not help but notice that there's there's a substantial amount of transitional aid. Is this consistent with what was received last year?
Last year was
Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. This is $2 million more than what was received last year. It's 27 million total and last year was 25. But we have been talking about that all year because that's what we applied for with our transitional aid application. That's what we had as an amount when we introduced the budget. We had to only introduce the 25. We amended the budget, it was 27. So we've been talking about that 27 for
No, I'm well
months.
aware. I'm just trying to
Okay.
help the public become aware of it as well.
Sure.
Because, in years past, when we were receiving 25, it was a consistent threat by the state that we had to reduce our burden. And I can't help but to notice that, on top of all of the COVID spending, the CARES Act spending, we still needed a substantial increase. So what is the plan now to reduce our dependency on state aid for next year?
Well, as we continue to, ask the council to look at other sources of revenue, the administration continues to cut expenses. We are going to continue to have a relationship with the state. There is no doubt that until, especially a lot of the tax incentives around development in the city that are part of the Garden State Growth Zone by the New Jersey legislature, until those start to kick in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, depending on the tax, that's what continues to grow our rateable base. It's not something that's a short-term issue. That's why the transitional aid program exists.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to, for everyone at home that's watching and everyone out there, this is a memorandum of understanding. In order for us to get to 27 million, we have to sign off that we accept the 27 million. So don't sign off, then we won't get to 27 million. That's the bottom line. Now, they increased it to 2 million more this year, but it's like me having an agreement with you. If I say, okay, I'm gonna give you this, then you're gonna have to sign off that we agreed to try to do our best to bring our tax roll up what we can get it up to. And I know Madam BA and administration has been bringing in different items that for us to try to increase our tax base. Maybe we're raising some of the fees, but in order for us to get this 27 million, we gotta sign off. You may not wanna sign off, then you don't sign off. Then this is what it is. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Dabila.
In addition to what Councilwoman Cotton just stated about the MOU with the state of New Jersey, in order for us to also receive the 27 million, we have to also have some skin in the game, okay? And that's why there's a 2% tax levy that is required, so when people, constituents call us up, oh, I just saw, my tax bill, it went up X amount, it is a very minimal amount. Now, when you look at the increase in the school board tax, that actually is a higher amount, all right? So with that said, and understanding that if we do not support this, we will not get our monies, okay? And at the end of the day, I have to make sure, because I don't know anyone in here who is a taxpayer who owns a home, that you're okay with us saying no to those $27 million. Just think about what your tax bill will look like then. So, with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just very surprising. It's very selective. But what we failed to mention is that the $2 million increase that we required is potentially has a great deal to do with the millions of dollars in uncollected fees that we still are chasing. That this council recently voted to allow for those fees to not be collected before all of these projects that the BA is referring to, the next 10 to 20 to 30 years that's still not paying taxation. Then what we also have to be concerned about, those projects like the Royceman projects, where our residents are being grossly mistreated, and yet he continues to come back to the table for a further tax reduction. Obviously, the transitional aid is apparently necessary because of the consistent poor choices on spending, but hey, we are where we are. And, she's just amused by it. It's funny. Like, the issue here, her or the mayor would not be able to travel around the city without armed protection. And that's the problem. So they don't have the opportunity to drive through certain parts of the community to see how bad it's getting. Like, even if you just simply travel outside of the city on Route 19, you see that the tent city there has grown exponentially. I'm getting calls consistently, not just from the 1st or 5th wards, according to some of the councilmen, but even in the 6th and the 3rd ward. In fact, I'll show you the text, Council President, from a resident of the 3rd ward, telling me that he has more tents on his block now. But we're laughing at the fact that we have millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars that's being poorly allocated, poorly spent.
You missed me.
And if you think that what's happening, Brother Keys, let me give you the example, right? The kids, the youth in our community, specifically from Kennedy High School, used to walk down the street to the stadium and have a home, where Shorty took us in, right? Which was now stolen from us, which was stolen. Kennedy doesn't even have the name on the field. See, they don't even understand that. It's a laughing matter to her, because when you understand what the children in our community are going through, when everything from them is being stolen, when we allocate hundreds of millions of dollars, 110 to be specific, and we still haven't outlined where the money went. Where's the money? We still haven't gotten those answers. But they laugh, callously. I just got a text the other day. 3 homicides within 20 minutes. Three robberies within 20 minutes. And you think the city's getting better? You're gonna put a flag on the work that you're doing, saying that this community is getting better? We have residents of the 3rd ward. Ms. Harrison, is your neighborhood getting better? Is your neighborhood getting better? I would venture for anyone to come to the microphone and say, thank you, Madam BA, thank you, council. You guys are doing such a phenomenal job. My neighborhood is safer, my streets are cleaner, and my tax dollars are not being squandered. But we laugh at it because you don't understand it. And I said on day one, when she gave the example of her and her family renting a beach house, when people in this community have to rent apartments to survive, share the rental on an apartment to survive. But they all breathing hard. You can continue to breathe hard all you want to. No one has the power to stop me. And all I'm asking you is just negate what I'm saying. Don't just make a blanket statement, oh, it's not legal. It doesn't meet the legal clarification. Explain to me, like I'm a 5th grader, why isn't it legal? They can't do that. Explain to me how the $2 million that we're now going to be expecting is going to make things better. What it's going to do is allow them to continue to divvy up this money to potential friends, to potential campaign donors, and while the community still continues to be in the same situation it's in. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This MOU is not new. City of Paterson been on transitional aid for years. I don't recall when we are off transitional aid. And some of the council members make it seem like, oh, this is something new. This is the worst thing ever happened to City of Paterson. Come on, people. And I mean, we do have a lot of things to do in City of Paterson. We do. Everybody agree with it. Everybody agree with it. We do need a cleaner street. We do need police present. But where is the means of getting all these things done is coming from? We still are a transitional age city. Without getting this money from the state, we will not be able to balance our budget. I think we should thank the state for giving us this money. Otherwise, our means of revenue, meaning we have to increase the taxes, is gonna double up. Whatever we're paying is gonna double up. Probably triple up. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes on this
Thank
MOU.
you, Councilman Kalik. Dr. Mims?
So we've been on transitional aid for decades. A decade is 10 years. We've been on it for almost 3 decades. This is nothing new. Our city is in a deficit. It's been in a deficit for over 30 years. It just didn't get in a deficit. This is a process that goes on every year. In the past, we've asked for even way more money than we have now. They're working to trim it down. Of course, healthcare costs go up very high, so you have to cover the costs so that our employees can receive healthcare, and so many other things that happen, lawsuits and different things that we have to cover the costs. This is beyond our control. This item, number 5, that we're voting on, Pat, and I get that sometimes there's conversations that need to be had. This one is a no-brainer. This is just saying that you acknowledge the information outlined in the agreement that you're gonna receive this money. When we started with the taxes, it was 3.2%. This council, in its due diligence, working with this administration, we made it remain at the flat agreement of 2%. Now, you have a choice. You can listen to those council people that are making sure it stays at a flat rate to get the money, or if you want it to increase, then you go the other way. But anyone, especially if you're seeking to go to a higher office, this should be something that you should understand and know, especially if you want to sit on the 2nd floor and work to get money from the state of New Jersey. This is a no-brainer. It should not have taken this long to vote for it. It's just to say that we agree with the memorandum of understanding. Very clear-cut, very simple. I don't know why we take these long journeys just to say we agree. The state, I know you're watching, and I hear it all the time that it's an embarrassment to what they see that happens in Paterson, that what is going on. I just don't understand, and state, I'm beginning to agree with you. These items should not take this long. This item is just to say we understand and we agree. We also stand on the side of our residents that we will not increase your taxes from 2 to 3.2%. We know that there's a struggle. We're trying to make sure it stays within that agreement, and that's what we're voting for. That's why my vote will be yes. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
As Councilwoman stated, this is no-brainer. We've been, for the past 8 years I've been sitting here, we've been dealing with MOU. It's been more than 30 years, and we always go over them. And when I go over them, I always try to read the last page on it. This is MOU is a book of instruction. Listen, you get $27, $30 million or whatever. This is the instructions, the rules that you have to follow to be able to manage those transitional aid. But the clue is at the last page and number 12 of fiscal responsibility, say fiscal trend analysis to establish budget and levy stability. And it says here, the city should prepare a fiscal trend analysis by June 30, 2025, and a fiscal recovery plan by December 31, 2025, showing the specific steps the city will take to alleviate the need for TA. You know what that means, right? They blessing us, they give us instruction how to move forward as a municipality, and they hoping that we are sustainable and that we could be fiscal responsible to move forward with our TA. And listen, January 1st is around the corner. The federal government had changed. We had to pray that they look us with eyes of mercy when those funds had to be distributed. Because if that guy up there decided to say, you know, Passaic County is one color, we probably don't get the funds in the federal level that we need. You know what I mean? The guy that says, gotta make America great again. So we had to keep our eyes open, making sure that we spend and wisely and make sure the memorandum of understanding is fulfilled to the capacity. Madam BA, I see you running around the city and driving around the city without a security detail. Your mother lives in the 3rd Ward, and I don't think you need to call any PD to travel our streets. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I moved to Paterson 36 years ago. I moved from the Bronx, New York. Paterson, for me, is a great city and have come along. If you look at, take a picture from 2010, 2016, and where we are right now, if Paterson was a worst city in the state of New Jersey, we won't have the diversity that we have. And I love Paterson, trust me, with all my heart. So Paterson's great. Whoever want to come invest, come. We had the same problem any other city have. You want to see problems? Go to Trenton, right behind the State House. My vote is yes to this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Wow. Well, the city is we've been lucky that we're getting $27 million to balance the budget. I believe that now our job is to come together and work collectively to find additional revenue to the city, to create additional revenue to the city. That have to be our job moving forward. I definitely believe that some people, they really want things to go wrong in the city of Paterson because that will give them reason to talk about it and blah, 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 blah. Honestly, that's the reality, because we should not be having the conversation. It should be about, listen, let's come together on the next committee meeting or the next workshop. Let's be creative and let's put those items on the agenda and let's have the discussion with the administration about those items that really are going to bring real revenue to the city. That have to be a discussion, not about the condition of the city. We all know that. We don't have to repeating what happened in that city. We live in this city and we go into the struggle of our need. But on top of that, there's a lot of decisions that we're making that will put the city on the right track. And this is one of them. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 5 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item number 6, Madam Clerk.
No,
Seven, I'm sorry, 7, Madam Clerk. Let's put all the items that out of the consent agenda. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is a resolution honoring Pastor Juan Ramon Crisanti for 35 years of in ministry.
So move.
It's moved.
Second.
Go ahead, read it into the record.
Just finish, Madam Clerk. Just don't.
So this has been sponsored by Councilwoman, it should be Councilman Louis Velez. It has to be retired.
That's okay.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
No, what do you mean?
And
And Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7.
Roll call on item number 7 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Oh, she's not there. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman
Yes.
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 Dr. Mims?
That's great.
Councilman Velez? Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is a resolution honoring, that was in, I'm sorry, that was not removed, Councilman.
Yes, it is.
It
Number
was
That
8.
was
removed?
removed, Madam Clerk.
It was
Give me
removed.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let me get myself together
Yes.
here for item number 8. Anna Villanova. Okay. Item number 8 is a resolution honoring Anna Villalongo for the years of service and dedication to the community. It's sponsored by Councilman Louis Velez, co-sponsored by the remaining members of the Municipal Council.
So move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 8.
Roll call on item number 8 for approval. Councilwoman Davila.
So it gives me great pleasure, and it's an honor to vote on this item. I've known Ms. Villalongo now for over 30 years. I worked very closely at the college with her husband. May he rest in peace. I'm saddened to see her go, but I am happy that we are able to give her her honor while she's living. She is a dedicated woman. She was a dedicated wife, a mother, and someone that has served our city with dignity. And I'm saddened once again to see her go, but understanding that, you know, she's going to be doing some great things. So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Dr. Mims.
Before I vote, I know that people make these requests, but I'm really not understanding why these items are not just on consent. You can still speak in regards to the items, but all of these items should be on consent
They were
with the
consent
request that I made 2 months ago, that the items are still moved by the individuals that sponsor. So I'm gonna put that back on the request, because if you wanna speak in regards to those items or people that you wanna acknowledge, you can still do that. But I think it just wastes the public's time and it elongates the meeting to kind of pull them and have to talk about them individually when there's some more important business and the public is waiting to speak. So I'm just gonna put that back on the record. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Well, yes. Take it easy now. After I hear all those speeches, you know, I had to say yes. Yes. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
By the way, before you say thank you, yes, everybody knows who Vanna Villalongo, so it's in the resolution. We wish her well, and she retired, and she did a great job, and a silence job, but she did her work. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Number
We
8,
are
Councilman.
voting on item number 8.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I rushed here, just for Anna Villalongo. She's a stalwart 6th Ward resident, many, many years, and she served the city of Paterson in a great capacity. So, Anna, enjoy. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Mims, I want to say thank you again for reiterate.
I didn't like, yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilman. She was out. She's back. Councilwoman
Councilwoman
Cotton,
Cotton.
sorry. Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you. I just want to say, with Anna, we go back in the 90s. She was involved with the Paterson Education Fund. We was part of the school board. I was never on the school board, but we were part of the school system and working with the parents. And she has always been a community-minded person and always been good. With that being said, we honor you for your years of dedication of service to our community, and which you have done and you still are doing. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was saying that Councilwoman Mims, thank you. You put it, you make a suggestion 2 weeks ago. All those items, council members, that are honoring members of the community, they could definitely be on the consent agenda, and they will be moved and sponsored by the person that is sponsoring the legislation. That will help us to be more effective in getting into business directly. Yeah. The sponsor, it could definitely, we'll go back with legal. I think, Madam Clerk, we spoke about that, we did that
We
before.
did speak. So,
Madam Clerk?
So technically, legally, it's not correct.
Okay.
Legally, it's not correct.
Okay, so if it's not correct, so we'll do it the same way we're doing it. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item number 8.
Right, you can't move a motion in absentia, right?
If
If they're
they're
here, it's
here.
different, yes.
Okay. If the person that I have the sponsor of the resolution is present, is doing it.
Yes, and they move the motion.
thank you.
Yeah, that's correct.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item number 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 8 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Item number 9, just a moment. Yeah. You have it, Sophia? I don't have it. No. Item number 9 is a resolution honoring and commending David Cozart Jr. for his integrity and dedicated work to the Paterson School District, students, and community. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims.
Second.
Move it.
It was moved by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9.
Roll call on item number 9 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that we're doing this resolution for our Assistant Superintendent David Cozart, who has been part of the community for the last 30 years. He was born in Paterson. As I said before, I've been a part of the school district just volunteering for all our children, because I always say, I don't have to birth you to be my child, because we have to look at the 30,000 kids that are in the school district that we need to do and we need to help. And I can truly say that David Cozart has been that, and he's been doing it for 30 years, and I just want to recognize him for his commitment that he has made to the city of Paterson, his commitment that he has made to the Board of Education, commitment he has made here to the city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
And Councilwoman Cotton summed it all. Committed. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Madam Clerk, I will commit my time to come to your office and all those wonderful books you have in your office of Robert Rules of Order. I will bring a highlighter, and I will highlight the portion that it speaks directly about any council member has the right and privilege to remove any item from the consent agenda as they see fit. They don't need to ask any other council member for permission. They don't need to ask anyone if it's okay. Any council member who, I could come with a highlighter, Madam Clerk. The other thing is, I want to point out to the public, last week's meeting started at 6:30. The public portion was held at 7 o'clock. There was no one in here. People was rushing to get here. When they got here a little late, they were denied the opportunity to speak, even though the council had not fully voted on closing the public portion. And what happens is, when you guys show up, the public portion is stalled, and with the hope that some of you might get tired and go home, especially you, Mr. Gilmore. They know you get tired early. But with that being said, congratulations to Mr. Cozart. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
He's a true gentleman, very well deserved. My vote is yes, Madam.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Dr. Mims.
Before I vote, I would like to request to Corporation Council that it says honoring Assistant Superintendent David Cozart, not just David Cozart, but if we can add his title before his name on this resolution. Congratulations, well deserved. Thank you for all the work that you've done for our youth, whether at elementary or high school level. It is very much appreciated. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
I was going to ask Councilwoman Cotton, and I did to also co-sponsor it. And the reason why, one thing is knowing people by name, but the difference is knowing people by their action. And when they dedicate themselves to the school district with students, you could see the GI. But when you see them involved with the community, they are colorblind. They work with everyone. And this is a gentleman that works with everyone, especially the Eastside High School student parents and all over the district. I see him working with multiple communities and making sure that the school district runs smoothly, and also any aspect of the community is well met. So Mr. Kozak, Dr. Kozak, congratulations and thank you for your service to the community and to the community of our school district. My vote is yes on it, and thank you for adding me as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Well, congratulations, David Kozar, phenomenal human being. He's dedicated his life to serve our Paterson School District and the resident of the city of Paterson. He was not only available Monday through Friday, he was available Saturday and Sunday also as well, Councilwoman Mims, dedicating his life to serve our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted. Item number 10.
Thank you.
Number 9 is sponsored by it's moved by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and second by Dr. Lilisa Mims. Oh, sponsor. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims. Okay, so you want it to be amended to be sponsored by the... Sponsored by the entire council.
Council, he said. Yes. And then co-sponsored by the remaining of the council, you said, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, let's move to item number 10.
Yes, Council. Item number 10 is a resolution honoring Councilwoman Maritza Dabila for 30 years of service at the Passaic County Community College, PCCC. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
No, you can't move it, Al. It has to be moved by the people that sponsored it.
I want to be on as a sponsor also.
Yeah, I requested to be a sponsor also.
Council members, please, council members, have to be,
Can I get on?
Madam Clerk, once you finish, it have to be sponsored by whether Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Councilwoman Lilisa Mims, and it could be co-sponsored by the remaining council, if we agree on that. Are we
Thank you.
agree?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay, so it's moved by Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton and Dr. Lilisa Mims,
It's okay if Councilman
Second.
Abdelaziz and
and
Velez
second
wants
by
to be a
all
sponsor.
remaining members of the
It
council.
was moved,
Al
it
and
was
Velez.
moved by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton
both
and
of us.
Councilwoman Mims, and second by Councilman Khalid and Councilman Abdelaziz. Madam Clerk?
Al and
Okay.
Velez are added as sponsors, please.
Thank you, doctor.
Roll call for approval of item number 10. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to speak, not the Councilwoman Maritza Davila. I'm going to speak about the Maritza Davila that works at Passaic County Community College. And I want to congratulate you on your 30 years of service. She started working there at 15, so she's 45 now. And I mean this, when you serve in the city of Paterson, you cross many paths and you meet many people. And you don't know how many people, when they find out, hey, if I'm a councilman or I represent the city, they're like, oh, I know a council person. And I said, I don't know their name, but she helped me at PCC. I'm telling you, hundreds of people in the 6th Ward throughout the city that she had a positive impact at PCC, opening up the door for them to a higher education. She's that first face that some people that don't know how to sign up for college, don't know what pathway they want to take. And take politics aside, when you put 30 years in higher education, that's a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous accomplishment. And Maritza, Councilwoman, more importantly, for your public service at PCC, because that's where you started. You're here now, but 30 years there. God bless you, and I wish you much more success at PCC. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. This is a resolution honoring Councilwoman Marissa Dabila for her 30 years of service at Passaic County Community College. And Councilman Al said it, that you'll be surprised when people, that she has helped many, many people. And when they do see you, they do say, thank you for helping me fill out my FOSTA report. Thank you for helping me figure out what classes I need to take. Thank you for guiding me into the right direction. Thank you for turning me, steering me to the right person. And I want to say to the Councilwoman that for 30 years, not too many people can say they've been somewhere for 30 years. And you made that commitment to being at the college, and I can say you've been here sitting with me for 10 years. And we've been together here for 10 years on the city council, but you have made that commitment to, and I say education. And what we have to do is tell our children and our young people the importance of education, the importance of maybe not even going to college, but just taking a trade. What they're looking for now, they're not looking for moppers and sweepers. They're looking for people with some kind of paperwork behind their name. They're looking for someone that can know IT, know technology, know different things. So you steer them into the right directions. And I want to say congratulations on your 30 years. Congratulations sitting. And we've been sitting next to each other, I would probably say 10 years. I don't think nobody, going on 11 years that we've been sitting side by side. So I want to say congratulations. You still got many, I ain't going to say many more, but you can't go out yet. But you'll be there for our children. You'll be there for our community. You'll be there for everyone. I want to say congratulations again. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman, I'll skip you for now because the accolades are being centered around you right now, so I'd let Councilman Jackson.
I was going to say if I can pass and vote.
Yes, I'll let them speak and then you can respond.
Madam Clerk, the accolades stop me there. And Councilwoman Cotton, how you let Al, he has done no work, he doesn't show up to work, he shows up late, you just let him get on your legislation like he did something. Jealous. It's that lick over. Anyway, if there's one item that I desperately would like to vote no against, it would be this one. But I have to acknowledge I've called her many occasions and she has helped a tremendous amount of people. And it's going to pain me greatly, but I will yield and render my support. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 30 years. It's time to retire, Councilwoman. I know you have a great heart. You are a helping person. Like Councilman Cotton and Councilman Al said, many people, I know many people from Second Ward, many immigrants, when they come to this country, they want to get a higher education. First place they go to is County College.
Yes.
And for the people around here in City of Paterson, when the immigrants come in, they want to get a higher education, they go to PCC, and first person they see is Councilwoman Dabila.
Yep.
Thank you for your service, Councilwoman. I hope you retire soon and enjoy rest of your, we're looking forward to your retirement. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Dr. Mims.
So as an alumni of PCCC, I just want to say, Councilwoman Dabila, thank you for your service and your advocacy. Many times when people come out of high school, they don't have the funds or the capacity to go on to a four-year college. So Passaic County Community Colleges college has been the stop for many of us, including myself. So to have you work there for 30 years, it speaks volumes. Many people have come past your office, have stopped in, you've assisted and helped them, and 30 years speaks volumes of someone that has consistency and they have trailed the way for other people. I heard Councilman Khalik say, it's time to retire, he must have a job or something waiting for you. So just a little plug for Councilman Khalik, but my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
So I don't want to repeat myself, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues just stated. Everybody knows the jam of Councilwoman Marissa Dabila in community service through the college, through the service that she rendered there. Here don't say retirement, though. It says honoring her 30 years of service, and that's a good thing because, you know, she fit in a lot of positions. I see her like a next a legislator, assembly woman. I don't know, something like that, moving forward. I'm not saying that I'm, you know, but hey, that's my statement on that. But Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Davila, we go way, way back, Hispanic Center, you know, council program. That's the community aspect. And when you love a community and when you love what you do, and no matter where you at, you could do it with the same passion and compassion to serve the community. We have good days and we have bad days. The important thing that I wish every day we had to honor each other for we could hear a good word from each other. That's why we want to see every day in this council, that we sit here, not when we have to honor somebody, is that we sit here as a collective body and work for the benefit of the community. We got good days and bad days, and we humans. But when it comes up to this chambers and this side of the road, we need to make sure that what we say here, the actions speak by itself after the cameras are off, when the microphones are off, and when we will have a resolution in front of us to honor anyone in the city council. You know why? I want to hear the great words too when I'm alive, not when I'm buried. Because when I'm buried, everybody say good things about you. But now, Councilwoman Davila, and when I say I mean it, y yo no soy hipócrita, I'm a hypocrite. What you see here, you see it every day. God bless you. God give you health. God give you strength to continue, and God give you the will that you will have in your heart to fulfill with the community. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President, I'll give to you so that
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's definitely a blessing when you dedicate your life to serve the community, and most importantly, to impact the life of the youth, of the resident of this city. And some of my colleagues mentioned before, when you get into the city of Paterson, you want to pursue a higher education. You want to educate yourself to be able to provide a better lifestyle for your family. And the first place you go is to our community college. That's the first place you go to educate yourself and learn an ability to be able to have a job. And I want to say, Councilwoman, congratulations. May God continue blessing you, because that's the reason why we're here. We're here to just help others and be able to open the door for others. I'm here because somebody gave me the opportunity. Somebody opened the door for me to be here, and happening with everybody in life. So you've been opening many doors to the resident of this great city of Paterson. So congratulations. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate big those 30 years. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I allow Councilwoman Davila to speak, I just personally want to congratulate you as well. As a past student of PCC and as a recipient of many scholarships there, I just want to say thank you for your leadership and your guidance for guiding me through the hurdles that I encountered while there as a student. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and to my colleagues. It's interesting, right, when you can speak about others, right, but when it comes to yourself, you know, and Councilman Velez actually was the first person to approach me and say to me, hey, listen, because in July 5th is when I turned 30 years at the college, and he requested my resume and bio, and I was working on some stuff, and then Councilwoman Cotton calls me, and she's like, you know what, Maritza, we need to do this. We need to do this for you. And at that time, you know, I submitted it, but as I was writing it, You know, I didn't realize that in so many years, I've touched so many lives. Sometimes
Yes.
people say, why did you stay, or why are you still in one place? And I believe that this job was given to me by God. This job, my mom prayed on it. May she rest in peace. When I graduated college, I'm a first-generation student, all right? I am the youngest of 4 and the first to go to college. And it was very difficult going away to college and the dorming life, financial aid and so forth. And I remember when I graduated, my EOF director said, we have an opening and we want you to stay. And I was there for about 11 months, and my mom kept praying and praying and praying. She says, you are not staying in West Long Branch. You are coming back to where you were born and raised. This is where you need to serve. And I remember her praying, and she goes, you're gonna have the job that you want here in our city. And that's exactly what happened. The director of EOF at Monmouth University came up to me and she says, there's a job at Passaic County Community College that you should apply for. And so I've been up the ranks. I started as a recruiter, bilingual counselor, went back to school, got a master's, and went forward and became the assistant director of admissions. And a few years ago, I was given the opportunity to be the coordinator of the Passaic Academic Center for Admissions and Financial Aid Services. And, you know, the why. I've helped thousands of people, not just in the city of Paterson, but the entire Passaic County. In addition, overseas students that I would bring from overseas to be able to get a student visa to study at Passaic County College, who today, I had a student from 24 years ago come to me, embrace me, and say, thank you so much for everything that you did. I am now a citizen. I'm a business owner. I have contracts with the state of New Jersey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I got an email a few months ago about a gentleman who said, thank you for convincing my mom to convince me, because I didn't want to go to Passaic County College. I was scared. I was undocumented. I graduated from, and I won't say the school, but here in Paterson. And long story short, that email came in, and he said, I want to thank you. I found you. I found you. I am now I am a Marine. I am a U.S. citizen. I serve this country, and I received my doctorate degree. Thank you so much for helping me. And that's just some of the few. And, you know, Councilman Jackson, you know, he was making jokes up here, but he knows there's never been a chance or an opportunity that if there is someone out there, he's called for others. He's never called for himself. He's called for others. I always say, present, I'm there, whatever it is. It isn't about, you know, political things are one thing, personal another, but when it comes to my job and my dedication to what I've been doing for the last 30 years, I'm thankful to God, because I am 30 years there now. Soon, you know, who knows what's gonna happen. I won't lie, I've applied for another position. People are saying, you're not going nowhere, you're not going, it's within the college, right? And I said this, I had my second interview, and I said, if I'm the chosen one, so be it. But if not, I'm gonna continue working and serving what I've been doing the last 30 years, I will continue to do. So thank you to my colleagues. Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, and, you know, to all the council members, because this honestly, truly is something that, you know, I'm gonna take, you know, with me. And I wanna thank you because, like Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims always talks about, you know, giving flowers, you know, while alive, so you can smell them. This is something that is an honor to me. So God bless you all, and thank you. And it's funny, but I'm gonna vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dabila. Votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 more items before we get into the public portion. Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
Item number 11 is a resolution in support of Senate Bill number 4250 and Assembly Bill number 5236. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, Councilwoman Rubens Velez, Councilman M.D. Farid Udin, and Council President Alex Mendez.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Luis Velez.
Second with Ruby Cotton.
And
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ruby Cotton as
Thank
well.
you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 11.
Roll call on item number 11 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution is supporting the Senate Bill number 4250 and Assembly Bill 5236. We vote on many items to voting on supporting bills from the state level, sometime on the federal level, but this is just an item that we're supporting this bill, these two Senate bills and Assembly bill. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
I just want to say to all the entities that are involved in this is a part of crisis intervention. This was on the Assembly and the Senate floor when it comes to responses for crisis situations in the community. It was passed in both for the Senate and the Assembly floor. This has been before us. Zelly Thomas and Casey have been here many times. I sent an email to correct the way that it was written so that we could get it through, because it's really showing our support of what was done on the state level. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
When this came to vote the past week, it was removed. It's not because we didn't want to support it. It was because we had to analyze every word, every culture or whereas is here. And even that I had conversation with Kelly, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Melvin also, Councilwoman Mims took the action to correct it. Even that we had conversation, that's working together. We noticed something, we talked to legal, we talked to them, completion of it, Councilwoman Mims corrected it. And we're going to still support anything that comes from the state that is, especially is grant funded, and making sure that the community take the benefit of it. As I spoke to also with Mr. Thomas, if they get, and they got the awarded money to be invested in the community as the plan and the rules of the bill assembly. So my vote is yes on this, and my heart goes to the family that lost a life in the city of Paterson and the state.
Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a clear example that we want things done the right way. Thank you, Councilman Mims, for correcting this legislation, which is definitely in support of this governing body. I know there's a lot of stakeholders in our community that are involved in this, and with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 11 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 14.
Item number 14 is also a resolution honoring Shadia Green for becoming the WBO Women's Super Middleweight World Champion. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 14.
Roll call on item number 14 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say congratulations to Shadia Green. I've known Shadia Green since she was the little one playing basketball first. My niece played basketball for Grace Chapel Church, and she was always active in playing the sports. I remember back in the day, and some people may not remember, but we had what we call the youth games, where we sent kids to parts of the country. I remember kids going to California. I remember kids going to Alabama. I remember kids going, and they had basketball, they had track and field, they had football, they had bowling. My little Candace was a bowler on the bowling team. So I've known Shadia Green for such a long time. She's phenomenal. I was so happy when I saw that she won the WBO Super Middleweight Championship. I'm going to introduce her to some other. In the United States of America, we only got one boxing organization. In the United States, the only one we have is called the IBF, which is the International Boxing Federation. The other ones are in Puerto Rico, the WBO. The other one, WBC, is in Mexico. But we have one here in the United States, and the one that we have in the United States is in the state of New Jersey. It's in the city of Springfield. So I happen to still know them because my husband Eddie was a referee, so he belonged to IBF, International Boxing Federation. So I'm going to do my best to introduce her to the rating. And each organization, gentlemen and ladies, have what they call a rating chair, where they rate the fighters. And they look at your tapes and they see how you should be placed. But I'm going to do my best so I can introduce you. Shadia Green, I am so proud of you. I want to introduce you to the IBF Boxing Federation too. So this way, hopefully that you will be able to get rated. Once you're rated, that's how you get fights. That's how you're able to get higher, and you're able to get higher, you're able to get higher. So Shadia Green, you have made the city of Paterson so proud. We are so proud of you for you winning the WBO. We are so proud because I know what it feels like to be somewhere in an arena and you in the ring, and then you're there when you see someone from the city of Paterson or from the state of New Jersey winning a championship, winning a champ, being a champ of a city. With that being said, congratulations, Shadia Green. We love you, and I can see you going further and further and further. I would love to see you with all 3 titles at the same time, and I think it can happen. Thank you, thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Ms. Green, I am enormously proud of you as well. Probably not for the same reasons. I'm enormously proud of your accomplishments because you have beat all the odds. You've done what many from here have not been able to do. With such a lack of support from your community when it comes to youth programming and youth sports, you've managed to break many barriers and beat all the odds. And yet, in your success, they want to hold you up. We want to hold you up and offer you the key to the city, but there's thousands in which you represent. And this is part of the reason why I am extremely proud of you, because in spite of all of the obstacles and everything that you have to endure and face and growing up in this city, you've done an enormous job. And we've had many others that have done the same thing. There's Kendall Holt, who's a champion. There's many people. And yet, Paterson, we continue to fail our youth. So in spite of us failing the youth, you've done what you've done, and you definitely need to and deserve to be acknowledged. And I'm hoping that you don't forget the struggle in which you had to endure. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't know her personally, but I'm proud of her because she's a Patersonian. And her fight wasn't fixed. You are outright the champion. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Dr. Mims?
Thank you, Councilman Velez, for telling me I could take my time. So are you giving me about 30 minutes? Okay, I'll take it. To Shadia, she comes from good stock. She has an amazing family. She's Paterson, born and bred. She's been here all of her life. The thing that amazes me is when we have people that are here that go through the process of doing great things, even though they come, I call it the grit, like people that are really from Paterson, have stayed here. And, I have an issue with anyone that leaves Paterson, but there are some people that have been born and raised here and they've stayed here through the process. There's a different type of grit for that because that means you worked it, you stayed, and there's a different passion. That's just what I believe. And Shadia, the day you were getting the key to the city, I saw your family there. I was working in the schools, and I couldn't see it. So what I did was I took it and I showed it to a couple of students to encourage them, because sometimes students don't believe that they can go farther than where they are within their limits of where they live, their environment, their situation. So I took it as a learning module to some of the students in my school to show them she's from Paterson. She knows what two-piece and biscuits are like. If you're from the street, you know what that means. She knows how to do uppercuts, and and blows. So they were so excited to see, number one, that she was a female. They were really excited that she was a female, and then to know that she won, you know, the championship, they were really excited about that. So congratulations, Shadia, not just on this resolution, but also receiving the key to the city. And I'm sure there's many more things to come. I'm looking forward to even greater things that you'll do in the days, the years, and even in a decade. So keep up the great work, keep making Paterson great, keeping us on the map, and if you need us, we're there. And please invite Councilwoman Cotton and myself and the others, invite us to one of your bouts. Like, I don't want to sit in the front, I don't want to see the blood spewing, but invite us, and we want to come and show up and kind of represent to make sure they see some Paterson people. We'll even wear a T-shirt, we'll buy it ourselves and sit in the audience and represent you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you for my 30 minutes, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
I am a councilman of opportunity, inclusivity. I take the other time. All right, good. So this is what really make us proud every day. When people born and raised in Paterson, they leave, they come back, they put the name of Paterson in the map. That's why we have to praise. You know, like right now, and I'm gonna mention this one too, and I'm gonna honor him. You know, this young kid from International High School, White Magic middleweight belt. You know, and he's the son of our friend and Miss Santiago. He just won this belt this past week, and we have to encourage them to keep on doing good. We have youth, and our future is here. Is in our city, walks up and down in our city. You know, my kids live out of town, they live in Florida, but when they think about Paterson too. You know, so that's living the legacy of what Paterson have give, you know. And congratulations, it's a female, and I'm happy for that. I don't want to be in a ring with her, so, you know, so congratulations. I would like to go to one of the sport events. I don't want to see council members in the rings, but congratulations. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely, before my vote, I just want to say congratulations to Mrs. Green. You make us proud. You make Paterson proud. You are the real role model for this generation and for future generation to come. Just congratulations. We cannot thank you enough for your hard work, your dedication, and your commitment to sport, because you're putting Paterson on the map the right way. With that being said, congratulations.
Vote.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 14 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the public, we have 11 speakers. Please, you have 3 minutes to address the council and the administration respectfly. After
Council
the 3
President.
minutes, I will ask you to just
Council President.
finish your statement and allow the next speaker to use their 3 minutes. Councilwoman Mims.
I know you want the public to speak, but we have a director. He's been here since 6 in the morning. And there's only 3 items, and they're not that difficult.
I know, Councilwoman, but I see 3 children in the audience.
Right, so
I know
I'm
they
just
have to
gonna
be in
make-
the school tomorrow. There's only 11 speakers. I know we could go through
Let me
this
just
quick.
finish. I wasn't finished with my request.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
My request is, in the future, if there are directors in the audience, we have to make sure that we look through the agenda and identify them earlier on, even if other items have to wait so the public can speak. But directors sitting in the audience and they have to be back at work at 6 in the morning, we have to make sure, you know, if, you know, we look at that. Not saying that the public, I'm saying that's okay, they speak now, I'm not having an issue with that. But just in the future, just scan the audience. If there are directors, let's try to bring them up as
Thank you.
as
The
close
reason
as
why,
possible.
Councilwoman Mims, the reason why this is happening is because we took a lot of items out of the consent agenda and put it back into a regular, and it took all this time to go through those items. So I will open the public portion right now. Madam Clerk, let's call the first speaker.
First speaker is Leah Mora.
Good evening. Mic is on. Can you turn down the mic? Yes.
Okay. I might need an extra minute.
Good evening.
Good evening, honorable council members. I'm compelled to address a pressing concern affecting our community, noise pollution. I have personally experienced the detrimental effects of excessive noise on my academic performance, cognitive function, and overall well-being. According to the World Health Organization, noise pollution is a significant environmental stressor that can lead to sleep disturbance, cardiovascular disease, and cognitive impairment. In Paterson, the constant barrage of noise from car stereos and street activity has become a norm, disturbing the peaceful environment that residents deserve. As stated in Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family. The excessive noise pollution in our city directly infringes upon this fundamental human right, compromising the health, well-being, and quality of life for residents, particularly vulnerable populations such as children, the elderly, and those with disabilities and health problems. The consequences of noise pollution are far-reaching and have a profound impact on the community. For instance, sleep deprivation. 45% of adolescents in grades 6 through 12 experience insufficient sleep, leading to decreased academic performance, increased risk of depression, and poor overall health. Academic performance. A study by the National Sleep Foundation found that teenagers who received adequate sleep performed better academically and had improved cognitive function. Mental health. Chronic noise exposure has been linked to increased symptoms of anxiety and other mental health issues in adolescents. But what's even more alarming in the long-term consequences of chronic sleep deprivation and poor academic performance. When students don't get enough sleep, our grades suffer, and we become more likely to drop out of school. And when we drop out, we're more likely to pick up a street lifestyle, which can lead to a lifetime of struggles and hardship. This is not just a hypothetical scenario, it's a harsh reality that many students in urban areas face every day. And it's not just the students who suffer, it's also their families, their communities, and our city as a whole. My friends and I just want to feel safe and have a decent life as we deserve. We deserve to live in a community where we can thrive, learn, and grow without the constant stress and anxiety caused by noise pollution. Furthermore, the constant noise pollution in our city can exacerbate health issues for our elderly and people with health problems. These individuals often require more rest and peaceful environment to manage their health conditions. The constant noise pollution in our city can lead to decreased quality of life for these vulnerable populations. We can no longer afford to be ignorant to these facts and problems. As a community, we must acknowledge the severity of noise pollution and its impact on our daily lives. We must recognize that this is not just a quality of life issue, but a fundamental human rights issue. This falls squarely on your shoulders, our leaders, who are responsible and accountable for ensuring that our laws and regulations protect the well-being and quality of life of all residents. I urge you to take immediate action to address this issue. To address the issue, I urge you to strengthen noise ordinance to ensure that excessive noise is addressed, enhance community engagement and education on the importance of noise reduction and sleep, increase enforcement and accountability measures to ensure compliance with noise regulations. As leaders, you have a responsibility to safeguard our well-being, safety, and quality of life. I implore you to prioritize our needs and create a more responsible and accountable society. We need a government that puts residents first, not special interests or corrupt practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. David B. Gilmore.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Congratulations, young lady. You did very well. Very well. On a positive note, I'd like to continue along those same lines as she brought some information forward. I would like to take you through a process, and hopefully somebody will be brave enough to come forward and or work with me and or others to implement my suggestion. That suggestion being that, as you well know, I do code enforcement. So we have contractors, and we have owners, and we have people that are trying to do work, and we have a plague of unsanctioned work, unauthorized work going on in the city. It happens everywhere, all the time. We catch some of them we don't. But the problem is that when we do catch them, we find the owner. And a lot of times the owner of the property doesn't know that there's a problem. They hire these unscrupulous contractors who then take the money to get the permit and don't get the permit. And then they wind up getting caught as well, and then the owner has to pay thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars in fines. Contractors and home improvement operators come to the community improvement office, building department, and they'll come and get and pay $100 for the license, a city license. Basically, it's to show that they have insurance and that they're registered in the city. That has nothing to do with the state license that's regulated by DCA. In the end, when they get caught, the owner gets the fine, they continue to go on to the next project and continue to violate. I submit to you, as legislators, that you come up with a plan to find the contractor. We let the contractors get away, and they continue to do what they do. There has to be a methodology from which to find the contractor and or the owner, because all of them aren't innocent. Some of them are in cahoots with these people. But when you get caught, you get caught. That's it. Some of them want to come down and protest in front of the office or threaten people and this and that, whatever. No, you got to pay. And you should also be subject to, upon multiple violations, lose your city license. You can't operate in Paterson. Take your state license that you've already got from the state. We're not going to impact that. We have no jurisdiction over the state license. Go someplace else. You can't work in Paterson. It's a privilege, not a right. So I would submit to you that we really need to sit down, as you have already lobbied us to try to legalize basements and attics. Well, let's talk about going after unscrupulous contractors that are going out and working and putting these owners in jeopardy and or are jeopardizing our public safety in the community by this work that they're doing that's not sanctioned. I thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Elvis Duran.
Mr. Elvis Dorn, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. Just came up here to talk about the downtown area of the city of Paterson, New Jersey. The holiday season is here, and this is the last council meeting for 2024. Before I get started, just want to say Merry Christmas to everybody in the city of Paterson, New Jersey, and in the Passaic County area, and have a blessed, happy New Year 2025. Downtown Paterson, New Jersey will be having free parking on the streets starting Friday, December 20th, 2024. I want to welcome everybody to come and do your shopping downtown Paterson, New Jersey, and at Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. I also want to say to the BA and to the council at large, Marissa Daria, we need police present in the downtown area. I would like to see police present starting tomorrow. In the downtown area, we got people shopping in the downtown area from Pennsylvania, from New York, even from North New Jersey. And because we have cheaper prices. And we got our parking area is very reasonable than North. So people come here and shop. Believe it or not, Paterson people, most of Paterson people do not shop downtown. But we got a lot of people from out of state and out of town and from other cities shop downtown Paterson. But I want to encourage Paterson people, please shop downtown Paterson. If you want jobs to come here, we need foot traffic. If you got grandkids that's about to graduate, you want them to work here, you want them to stay here, We need foot traffic so businesses could come here, because ain't no major businesses ain't gonna come here if they don't see no foot traffic. So we need Paterson people, along with everybody else, to shop downtown Paterson, New Jersey. But at the same time, council, city council, everybody, city council, and the BA, and the mayor, we need to make sure they safe. That's important, safety. And the council for the first ward and the council for the fifth ward. Councilman Mike Jackson, first ward. Councilman Louis Velez on the fifth ward. We need the downtown area safe. We need everybody to work side by side together. I know y'all don't get along, but no, y'all don't get along, but at the same time, the people is suffering. We need y'all to make the downtown area a lot more cleaner, especially on the fifth ward side and the first ward side over there. Councilman Mike Jackson, Councilman, I see you on your phone. That's very disrespectful. No, I never disrespect you. But on Lower Main Street, need to be clean. It's a lot of garbage, but it's okay. You on your phone. Since I'm the media, I could take a picture so people could see it, so nobody won't think that I'm lying. Your supporters could see it, because if it wasn't for me, you won't be in that seat. I supported you. I never disrespect you, and I won't never disrespect you. But you just disrespect me. But I'm telling you right now, your ward is dirty in the downtown area, and we need to work together. No matter how you don't like me or not, we need to work together to clean the downtown area so more businesses could come here, so people like me could get jobs. You good, your pocket is good, your bread is butter. It's a lot of people out here suffering, rent is high, okay? We need jobs. So the downtown Paterson is the heart of the city. And y'all need to pay more attention. Every council person up here, the fifth ward, the first ward, and the council at large. That means y'all responsible for the downtown area.
Please wrap it up.
Okay, and we need more what do you call it, representative in the downtown area, and police present. That's all I want to say. Have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and don't forget, Friday, December 20th, 2024, it will be free parking in the downtown area until after New Year's. Free parking on the streets, not the parking lot, not the parking garage, but the streets. You won't have to put money in the meter. Okay, so come and do your shopping. I would love to see the council downtown meeting and greeting with the people. Okay, this is y'all city. We vote y'all in there. So come on, I want to see y'all in the restaurants. Okay, Councilwoman Marissa Daria, Council Ruby Cotton. I see y'all all the time. Louis Velez, I see you all the time in the restaurant eating, you know, but I want to see more of everyone. I don't have no problem with nobody, but the people, we want to see you. We pay taxes, we live here, okay?
Thank you, Elvis.
Okay, God bless you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Princess
Elvis, you
Reeves?
forgot to say happy birthday to me. December 19th, you're gonna be around.
Happy birthday, Councilwoman Marissa Daria. Happy birthday, Councilwoman Lisa Mims. Y'all have a blessed birthday.
Thank you.
And enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Princess Reeves?
Sweet. The princess.
It's been a long evening, but I'd like to start off by saying, let us bring in our next year in a very merry way and keep every one of us, because even though we come to this meeting, we bring our concerns. So at the time that we're bringing and expressing our concerns, we like everyone to take time out, address whatever the issue may be. I'd like to start off by saying, yes, in this township, we do have some things that needs to be worked on. And we can't keep on dismissing it no more because it's affecting a lot of the residents that are in this town. Yes, we do have good parts that's in this town. We do have good stories. I listened to some of the resolution that was put before this council. I clap, I give my clap, you know, to honor them. So I have to say, as a mom, as a grandma, I give forth, I gave back. My parents arrived here in this city of Paterson in 1962. I was not born here, but I sure was raised here. So I took from the lesson plan that they handed out to me and passed it on to my children. So each one of my children went to different high schools and academies. My nurse, Natalie, she came from Kennedy. Then there was Danielle, that's my military daughter. She is now a staff sergeant for United States Army. Now she is a process of us. So like I say, even as the mother and a grandmother, we're bringing forth the good things. I look at Brandy. Brandy is a top agent for Aflac Insurance Company, but she also brought into the franchise. Her product is Bricks for Kids. She brought that back here to the city of Paterson. So during the summertime, yes, she's giving back. All of my children give back to our township. So if they're giving back, and not just my children, but a lot of children that are out here within this community, from all walks of trail, we have to do better. We sit here, we have our neighborhood meetings. When we talked about the transition of these programs, let's go for the top, the drug program. Where is the exit plan? And we've been asking this for years. We don't want them to constantly be, as they finish their process of their program, they're coming back out to the streets. I'm sorry, for the president, can I just express my time and concern? They're coming back in the street. In the meanwhile, as they're coming out into the street, they're attacking, they're robbing. Okay, I have a large concern because I take that time out of my life. As being a sister from the International Mason Eastern Stars, we fed this weekend. We fed those homeless. So how do that makes us feel? We're feeding and they're attacking. Not all of them, but a large of them. We have every vagrant from every other township that comes into our city. When is somebody gonna say stop, no, and just take care of the problem? We can no longer keep fighting this same battle constantly over and over again. And as you know, as they said, you see something, you say something. So I decided to really use my cell phone. Yes, I have to charge it a lot now because somebody decided they wanted to bring a medical urine cup into our town. That's why I said you gotta watch Route 19 because they come down, they drop off whatever they want to drop off, house supplies, medical supplies, and they just drop it on the corner and they keep on moving and get back on to 19. So when is someone going to stand up and stop this? We can no longer allow it to continue to go on. What innocent child have to give up their life before somebody makes the right decision? Thank you.
Thank you, Princess Reed.
Oh, and I do want to say in a very calm note, Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well.
And to Miss Marissa.
We have another meeting on the 17th.
Congratulations.
Come to our last
and
meeting.
And happy birthday to our two council persons.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr.
Please,
Eddie
members
Olivares.
of the public, stick within the 3 minutes. We have 11 more speakers, and we have more items on the agenda, please. Let's stick within the 3 minutes, please.
Stop,
please.
I'm the only one you're gonna make stick to the 3
Next
minutes.
speaker, Madam
Everybody
Clerk.
else can
Mr.
speak for
Eddie
as long as they
Olivares.
want.
The time is running.
Good evening, Paterson. I wanted to start off with something that Luis Velez said. I mean, he's grateful for the city with all the mess that we have here, and he is grateful. I don't blame you. There are not very many cities where you can get away with what you get away over here. Not only you. You're in good company over there in that council. Just wanted to say that. I wanted to mention the transitional aid. Dr. Mims brought it up. Almost 30 years on transitional aid. It's a long time. But it speaks volume of the deficiency of bodies like this. You guys, we elect you, and we expect that at some point we will be able to turn the city around and make it fiscally responsible enough so that we can get off the transitional aid. So you have failed miserably as a body. You have failed. I came here because I wanted to talk about an article that I read today with 3 robberies in 30 minutes. 3 robberies in 30 minutes. That's a lot. And the article goes on to say that the robberies have gone up by 14.2% up to this time last year. It is a shame. I mean, people like Councilman Khalid keep on talking about moving the city forward. We spend more money every year. The taxes go up, more money are spent, and the city gets worse. And you guys have failed miserably. Oh, you're pointing at Alex? Well, he's largely responsible. You're right. You're right. Absolutely correct. But anyway, listen. Bottom line is that at some point, you have to admit that you guys have failed the people of Paterson. You have failed. The city is not better. I hear Alex saying this is a great city. A city where kids die on the streets is not a great city. A city that is dirty, as filthy as our city is not a great city. It can be, but we count on people like you. We elect people like you to make it a great city. Once again, you have failed us. I mean, you look at me as if it's a child, a 5-year-old would have figured out already that you were doing something wrong. You guys are doing something wrong. You know, when I was thinking about running, and I met with the people that were going to run in the 4th ward, and the one question that I asked, because I decided that I was not going to run and I was going to support someone else, and the question that I asked is, when you get to the council, if you get to the council, what are you going to do? So as soon as I heard them say that, oh, I'm going to work with the people, that's it. I'm not supporting you. You cannot work with these guys. They're running the city down. So you're going to join them?
You'll be
Thank you,
part,
Mr.
you're gonna be
Olivares.
part
Right?
of, you're going to
Next
be part
speaker,
of the
Madam
favor.
Clerk.
Oh, I could do a hell of a lot better
Joel
than you,
Keith
that's for
Jr.?
sure.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Joel Keith Jr.
That's why you ran and lost.
Hey, Mike, they won't let him speak. I want to hear him speak. He's going to speak.
No.
He's entitled to speak.
He's not.
It's not closed.
He's close. He's not. He's close.
Anybody else want to
Okay,
hear?
members of the public, we are, listen, we are.
There's a process.
He's not.
No.
Members of the public, so we are in the process of public portion. There's more speaker. Let's use our time effectively. So, welcome, and you got your 3 minutes.
Council President, it's not that
Joe
he cannot
Keys.
speak. He had to ask the president if he
No,
could
no, no,
speak.
Councilmember, let's continue with the people that we have on the list, please.
Okay.
We already have, we have 10 more speakers on the list. Can we be respectful for those people? 10 more. So, welcome.
It's double standards. It happened many times.
Just, you got your
before.
3
I even
minutes?
came late
No, you got
and
your name on
signed
the
up.
list. Go ahead.
No, all right. Joe Keys, Paterson. Mao Zedong said, quote, "War is politics with guns, and politics is war without guns," unquote. As members of the Paterson City Council, you are all infantry which means you are on the front lines. Moreover, this is what you all signed up for. At the July 16, 2024 meeting, Mr. Price told Council President Mendez, quote, "I know the relationship between you and Councilman Jackson isn't the best. I think it's good, because in a democracy, you're not supposed to agree on everything," unquote. At the same meeting, former Councilman Bill McCoy said, quote, "The notion that if someone disagrees with you or chastises you, that they're being disrespectful. It's not true. It's democracy. It's not always pretty, but it allows us to express ourselves, and we should never muzzle that," unquote. One of my favorite quotes since I heard it is that if you have two wise men who agree on everything, one is useless. I mentioned those statements because I didn't appreciate the following comments I heard 2 meetings ago from several council members, and I will quote each statement that gave me concerns. They gave me concerns because I believe that Mao Zedong's statement, "Politics is war without guns," is tenable. Councilman Kalik said, quote, "Councilman Jackson needs to mind his business. I'm an elected council person like him, so you need to keep my name and what I'm doing out of your mouth. You should keep everyone's name out of your mouth," unquote. Councilwoman Mims said, quote, "If you wake up every morning bitter, you wake up every morning with hatred and malice in your heart, you got to question yourself.
Amen.
If you wake up and you know you're in a place where you can't speak good about anything that's going on, even in your city, that's a problem," unquote.
Amen. Amen.
Councilman Velez said, quote, "If my dog is watching the meeting and he's upside down, the people watching at home are saying, 'What the hell is going on there? It's embarrassing,' unquote." Finally, Council President Mendez said, quote, "Why do we have to beat each other? Why do we argue back and forth, pointing fingers at each other? It's sad," unquote. If politics is war without guns, then those statements are contradictory. They indicate ego defense mechanisms, reactions to the war politics of Councilman Jackson. I conclude with a question. Which is more problematic for your constituents? To witness their representatives engage in virulent confrontations because politics is war without guns, or to hear them crying and complaining, looking for a way out of the war like a coward? The question is rhetorical. I have another rhetorical question. If a council member is not receptive to criticism, does that mean they are not accountable for their actions? Thank you.
Thank you for quoting my quote.
Madam Speaker, Madam Clerk.
Francis Harrison.
If my dog is watching this upside down, it's fucking street idiot.
Good evening, Francis Harrison. Season's greetings. I have several items that I wanted to address. First of all, let me congratulate Marissa Dabila for her 30 years as an educator. I thought I would come down today, by this being almost the end of the year of 2024, so when we go into 2025, we hope that we're not continually kicking the can down the road. The one thing that keeps coming up, okay, is bill paying. We are not really concerned about whether or not, we are concerned about employees getting paid. That is not the issue. But there are many other items in the bill pay that has been spoken about over and over and over again about being pulled out. Okay, think about it. I'm sure, as Mims put up the list, I'm sure there are some things on there. We talked forever about the garbage company till we got a new one that seems to be worse than the one we had before. That never came out of a bill. We continue to pay them every month, even when they weren't doing their job. So bill paying needs to have some critical thinking, some critical changes. And just because something is on the books does not mean that it cannot be changed. The other thing is quality of life. We have all these photo ops about all these incentives that we're doing. We're doing commercial parking. We're doing double parking. You're taking these pictures. The enforcement is still lacking. We have to call in every single weekend or every night in the 3rd Ward about commercial parking. So that means that nobody is watching the shop because it's the same truck all the time, or the different trucks, or the same area. They move from one street to another. And when it's called in, my neighbor's down on 42nd Street and 20th Ave. There's a truck parks like it's his own parking lot. When they call it in, within 10 minutes of them calling in, this man is coming out moving that truck. What does that tell you? Okay, lack of enforcement. Okay, the last 2 months, there's been robberies. We just read about the 3 robberies. One of them was the Exxon station on Route 20. It was an armed robbery. Then they went from 20th Ave and McLean Boulevard. They went down to Main, 17th and 38th Street, armed robbery. My neighbor had her catalytic converter taken out of her small Jetta the other night. Anybody with a small car, Honda, Jetta, try to park your car on an incline. They can't get to it if it's on an incline. Another neighbor further down the block had their van taken right out of their driveway. They just recovered it out of New York. So things are bad, people. People, it's bad, and it's the holiday season. And you have to be diligent. You have to pay attention to what's going on. Just one other thing, ceasefire. Since February, we have been asking about getting paid. We will be into another year, and ceasefire has not been given their payment for the work that we did. Each time that we come before you, it was over 3 months ago when we spoke to the council about it, and each time that we bring the paperwork to the lady that we're supposed to bring it to, she doesn't respond to us, but she responds to you once we tell you that we haven't heard from her again, which is what has happened tonight. Winter Wonderland. This is a community event. It starts on December the 19th at Eastside Park. It is a community event. That means that it's for everybody. There is on the website, on Facebook, there is a volunteer website for anybody who wants to be a part of it. Please come out and enjoy it. It goes from the 19th to the 22nd. The 22nd is a Sunday. Santa will be there. There will be toys, hot chocolate, the whole 9. But understand it is a community event, and volunteers and participation is much needed. Thank you and happy holiday.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Ms. Deborah Hannibal.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi, Madam Clerk. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Deputy, Acting Deputy, the administration. Congratulations to Councilwoman Dabila, 30 years of dedicated service. So we are so appreciative. So last week, the meeting was so rudely ended when we lacked a quorum. One of the council persons that was elected VP decided to leave. I noticed he was here momentarily, and now he's gone again. So we're paying him, and he can't stay a whole meeting. He typically cannot stay seated a whole meeting. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but I noticed. And if you see something, say something. And, you know, I had it wrong last week, but that just meant that we have more time to look for people to run that are willing to come to actually attempt to move the city forward. So there are going to be openings, and I may even get ready. That's something that I never wanted to do. I never even wanted to stand in front of a crowd and speak. But because I've seen so much, it has forced me into this position. Some areas of concern is the DCA monitor. I've worked someplace where there was a state monitor. The state monitor attended the meetings. When you have somebody in this position for like 7 years, the relationship, they're not watching the store, because the audit that we received that says that we're not following generally accepted accounting purposes, somebody needs to be fired. I don't know if it's the state monitor or if it's somebody else seated in this room. But when something like that happens to the third largest city, some heads roll. I don't know what's happening, and you know, it's a shared responsibility, council, because I had a copy of the bills list tonight, and I can see that it's separated. There are 2 columns. There's payroll, and then there are other expenditures. So there is no reason to sign a blank check and approve this bills list. Some of the stuff we can't approve. We're paying somebody $200 an hour to do QuickBooks. That's something that I learned how to do in high school. So we're paying somebody $200 an hour. So annualized, that's over $300,000. So when you say to me, it was a staffing shortage, there was a staffing shortage here when I worked here. And guess who did the work? I was told that the division director, that the department head had to get that done. So don't tell me that we didn't know. We didn't know for 2 years, and you still have people coming up here saying they didn't get paid? No, that is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And I'm not Chris Rock, but it's not funny when you want to get applauded for something you shouldn't be excited about. When you say, I got more transitional aid than I got last time, my mother would say, you better get out of here with that, because that says to me that I'm going to use Bible on you. And you can look it up when you go home. 1 Corinthians 3:2. And we're going to do Hebrews 5:13 to 14. When we talk about moving, we need to be weaned off of state aid. So we're not ready yet, after decades, to go to solid food. We're still on milk. We're still on the breast. We can't get solid food. Come on. Come on. Somebody needs to be embarrassed. Last week, I was just outraged. I was outraged, and I still am outraged. Because when you're talking about move the city forward, that's some bull if you're not doing it. Somebody that can't just do simple accounting and pay bills and collect revenue. How did it benefit the residents to delay the sewer connection fees? How did I benefit? How did I benefit? I grew up here, and thank you, Leah, for speaking tonight. Our children are being traumatized. I grew up here, and I lived on Graham Ave, and it was considered a rough area then. I never heard a gunshot until I came back here now. When I grew up here, I never heard that. I could go to bed at night, and I know you want me to end, and I will end. But there's so much to be concerned about. There are election workers. Did they get paid? Were they on the bills list tonight? The people that work the polls?
Yeah, some of them did get paid.
Some of them did get paid?
Thank you, Ms. Hannibal.
Yeah, so thank you. But $200 an hour, come on. So there needs to be a FOIA for the $63 million for the American Rescue Plan, because the city of Paterson residents may be we may be held responsible for that. You saw in Newark, they had to pay back $33,000 for having a fun day. $63 million, can we afford it?
Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
No. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, all of that. But we need to pay attention. Stop signing the blank check.
Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Arturo Gutierrez. Arturo Gutierrez. Jeffrey Davis. I don't know. Yamilka Davis.
Speaker, Madam Clerk.
There's only one speaker who is here, and his name.
Madam Clerk, the speakers that are on the list, are we finished with the list?
Yes, we are.
Now, members of the public, on the 17th, we have a next meeting. The person that is here signing, we're gonna continue. That's gonna be the first person on the next meeting. So motion to close the public portion.
Wait a minute.
So moved by Councilman
You're
Mims.
saying that this gentleman is gonna be the first person on the neck, on the.
So we're gonna continue. So the first person signing, we're gonna continue
You
on.
just can't, man.
There was a motion to close.
You can't make this stuff
Moved by
up,
Council
man.
President. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public
Moved
portion.
by Council President. Council President does not move the orders.
Yes,
You
it was a
don't even
motion on the
understand how
floor.
this
It was a motion
functions.
on the floor, moved by Councilman Mims.
Absolutely horrendous. He's very
Council
selective.
President.
He picks and chooses whoever he
Point
wants
of
to allow
order.
to speak.
Council members.
Point of
Somebody's gonna
order.
come up here and
Council
blow in
members.
in his
Council
pom-poms.
members.
Point of order.
If somebody's gonna come
Councilwoman
blow in his
Dabila.
pom-poms, he would let them speak.
Councilwoman
Okay,
Dabila.
point of order. Council President, if I may, point of
Councilwoman
order.
Dabila.
Point of order, and we all know the procedure. We've been here for years.
For years.
You have to be here when the list is on the podium, okay? Once it's taken, then it can be addressed to Council President. So Council President, I'm just going to politely ask, let the gentleman speak for 3 minutes.
Yes.
This is not the normal, wait. No. Listen, I understand Councilwoman Cotton, and it is true. I'm not saying that this is correct. What I'm saying, in the past, it has happened, but what it's gonna create is a longer discussion. Council President, I'm asking if you can at least let the gentleman speak. This is not the way we do business. If you wanna be here, you get on the list. I'm just asking so we can please
Okay.
complete and move on to finish our
Okay.
agenda. If you can please
Okay.
please have him read his name and address into the.
Councilwoman, now, Councilwoman, let me express myself to my council colleague and members of the public. I understand that you wanted to move forward and allow the speaker to use the 3 minutes just to avoid confrontation. Now, let me say this. In many other cities, like Newark, larger city, you even have to call before the meeting and put your name on the list in order for you to speak. I'm trying to run a professional meeting. I'm trying to conduct an effective meeting that help all of us. Now, we start the public portion around close to 9 o'clock. I want to make sure, and I reiterate, I repeat myself, if you here, you want to speak on the public portion, please add your name on the list. As you know, I've been extremely fair with my resident. I want everybody to speak. This is the people's house. But at the same time, you have to put order on this meeting. At the end of the night, at 9:47, you cannot allow more people to keep getting into the list because we have members of the public. Let me finish. Mr. Olivari, you let me finish. I'm not addressing you. Otherwise, officer, please help me out.
The officer cannot remove.
Please help me out.
Give up on
No,
that.
you just sit down or wait for me to, but you cannot, this is the very disrespectful way that we cannot conduct meeting. Now, moving forward, on the next meeting, you here, we start public portion around 8:30, 8:45, and I repeat every time, add your name on the list. After 8:45, respectfully, I cannot allow more people to be in because we have to finish. At 12 o'clock by midnight, council member was to leave because they have to work at the next day. I try to be effective. That's all I want. Now, for the last time, I want you to use the 3 minutes. Please say your name and address for the record, and just use the 3 minutes effectively.
I thank you very much, and I apologize for being late. It's not my custom of my way of doing things. However, I am here to speak for the voiceless. I'm not here on behalf of myself. I am here on behalf of the homeless people of this city. 2 blocks from my home where I live, they found a homeless man dead for 3 days. And we live in a great city. A couple of days later, I spoke to another homeless man, and he says, Victor, I brought him some tea that night. It was cold as hell. I brought him some tea. Gave it to his girlfriend in a cardboard home. And he says to me, I didn't want to tell you, this is a couple of days later, I was already blue from the overdose, and we live in a great city. Now, I'm going to give you my definition of greatness based on my experience. I have traveled the world. I've been to Israel. I've been to Egypt. I've been to South Africa where I studied. I've been in Europe. I live in great places here in the state of New Jersey. I know greatness. I've seen greatness. I lived greatness. I also grew up in New York City in the 80s during the Giuliani era, the crack epidemic. I know slums. I know slums. I know what it's like to have my friend shot and killed right next to me. So, no, we do not. By my definition, this is not a great city. I am not from Paterson. I haven't lived the 20 or 30 years that most of you have respectfully. But for me to listen in the way we live in a great city, where young men are being killed and mugged and all kinds, and people and students are being sexually assaulted in our schools, and has been reported for years, and nobody does anything about it, that is not greatness. That is not greatness. Michael Jordan is greatness, and we know why. That's greatness. So I will ask respectfully that our homeless people be given a lot more attention. And look, we have over 700 nonprofit organizations, from what I'm being told, in the city of Paterson. Over 700. That's what I've been told. 400 churches. Oh, well, what number would that be? 500? 300? So I'm going to stick with my number, 700. If we would divide 700 by ward, that's about 116 nonprofit per ward. Where are they when we have homeless people just dying for 3 days in a cardboard box? That's what's happening here. That's my reality. And I'm sure that's their reality. So I ask that every night when you go to bed, just think about someone outside your window. That's what I do. So we either gonna have to come together, and I don't mean no disrespect for anybody here. Ms. Dabila, congratulations, by the way. That's what I meant to say. I'm not here to disrespect anybody here. But I understand that we have to do better. At every level, especially with those who don't have a voice. I can speak for myself. They can speak for themselves. For those people in the street, they cannot speak for themselves. I've taken people from those streets and put them in hospitals when not a single damn dime to my pocket from anybody. Okay? So we have to do better when we have 700 nonprofit organizations. Every church should have the doors open. Why not? Every single church should have their doors open every night. That's what a 501c3 is supposed to do. And we know what the word says. For I was hungry, and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me to drink. I was without a blanket, and you clothed me. I was a wanderer, and you took me in. That's what the book says. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in jail, and you came to see me. Those are the values that we have to instill in this city, ladies and gentlemen. So I ask again, and I conclude, and I thank you, Alex, for giving me the word. And I conclude by saying we have to do better. Please take heed, especially in the wintertime when now the cold weather is approaching, it's raining outside, and these people have nowhere to go, nowhere to sleep, and nothing to eat. Thank you.
Good. Motion to close.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Dabila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of Tuesday, December 10, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So, look, there was a lot said today, but I need to actually just make a statement, you know, in terms of, and stay on the homelessness. And I know that our Department of Health and Human Services, our directors out there, our OPO team is out there, they're out there. The piece that some people don't understand is some of those individuals do not want help. They do not want to be in shelters. They do not want to follow rules.
They're resistant.
Okay? And so it seems as though the city isn't doing anything. That is not true, okay? And the unfortunate thing is, I don't remember who made the statement about, coming to Route 19, right out of 19, and, dropping off stuff and then getting on. That's enabling, okay? And then what it creates is the bigger camps. I've had constituents call me about the 2nd Ward and West Side Park, where they're starting to put their tents. Mind you, we don't allow constituents to be in the parks after certain times, yet we have not been able to remove them. And so the part of me as someone who grew up in the faith is, oh my God, you feel compelled. But we have shelters for individuals. They do not want the help. That person that you approached, that you gave that tea to, did you tell them, do you know that there's shelters? So what I want, it's not for you to answer, but just for you just to think about, there's one of many. All of us pass. I live in the 3rd Ward. There's an area where there's this gentleman, and constantly, and we try our best. I talk to the man. I say, hey, listen, you can't be here. Do you know that you can go X, Y, Z? And I mention the places. I mention, listen, there is help out there for you. Go to 125 Ellison Street. I tell them. No, I'm not going. Nobody's putting any rules. So I just want to mention that out here. I don't know, there's not one person on this day is here on this council that does not care about the homeless population, all right? And I can tell you this because my father was homeless. My father didn't want help. My father wanted to do drugs and drink and do everything under the sun, okay? And it is only when he accepted that he needed that help that then he was able to get that help, and thanks to EVA's and thanks to so many other programs, he died a clean and saved man. But you have to want it. None of us can make anyone want something. You yourself have to. You can assist, but I know there's plenty people here that can tell you the same that I'm saying, and I'm gonna leave it at that. Madam BA, Madam Clerk, please put this on the notes. We need to do something about 2nd Ward and West Side Park where the tents are starting to pop up. We can't have that. We cannot allow it. We cannot allow it anymore. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dabila. Councilman Jackson.
Well, I guess the 2nd Ward is more special than all the rest of it. We can't allow it in the 2nd, but right in the entry of Paterson, we got Tent City growing and getting bigger. But we can't allow it in the 2nd. Brother Ubias, let me say this. Respect is something that's inconsequential. It doesn't cost us anything. And one of the things that I think many of the people who hold elected positions locally don't understand is that the slightest bit of respect doesn't cost you anything, but it's the people that you actually are here for. So I don't care if it's you and you happen to be an attorney and you happen to be a person that's willing to give yourself. If any constituent comes to the council chambers and wishes to express themselves, the level of disrespect that we show them by denying them an opportunity. So council members could come whenever they please. They can leave whenever they please. You can announce a meeting is gonna be at one time, start another time. You can say public portion is gonna be at 8, and then you make people wait till 11. You kick them out, you disrespect them by disregarding their personal lives. People taking time out to come here, you guys are not being paid. There's a concern. The level of disrespect by saying no when countless times, depending on who it is and what they want to say, you open the microphone for them. We've all witnessed it. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to lean on it. And I'm going to continue to point this out. The level of disrespect that was shown to you tonight is beyond reprehensible. It is insane, but the disappointing part is it's not just to you, it's to everybody on that side. Somehow these people think because they won an election that they become kings and queens and they get to, dictate over the peasantry. We're here working on your behalf. So that's a major deal. Now, relative to your concern with the homelessness, we've seen it grow. And as people are making excuses, oh, they don't want the help. Do they not want the help in Wayne? Do they not want the help in Heldon? Do they not want the help in Totowa? Do they not want the help in Newark? Because Newark is seeing a reduction not only in their homeless population, but their crime, violent crimes and everything. Because they understand the population. They understand the people that they're catering to. So when we talk about the things that, they don't want, well, how about the people that's playing their radios loud at 12, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning when Mrs. Mora has to be up and her children are being disturbed of their sleep and their quality of life? Do they not want to turn down the radios as well? Do the people that's doing hand-to-hand, combat out in the street, selling drugs and things of that nature, do they just not want to not do it? There has to be some rules. Those people that you see riding 3 to a motorcycle now, 3 to a moped, as if we're in some foreign land, do they just not want to do that too? But there's no accountability. So relative to the homeless, right? We used to service them in these times of cold and harsh weathers. Now we no longer. The city-owned property we've been evicted from, while the developer continues to make a whole ton a boatload of money, he's disallowing us to utilize a facility that's been utilized for decades as we continue to get transitional aid. They pushed it up West Broadway, and now 2 people showed up. Well, we used to get a crowd of 120. 2 people showed up on one of the coldest nights that we had already. But where's the report on that? See, there's a responsibility. The administration is supposed to come here and report to the council what is going on. But no, they're masking it, how great the city is. And you're right. Man, this city is as worst as it's ever been. It is the worst it's ever been. With that saying, right, I want to applaud the Mora family and young Miss Mora, Leah. Let me tell you something. At this young age, you were better equipped to sit on this side than many of the people that's sitting here. The way you articulated yourself tonight, the way you talked about your concerns, and the way you express your concerns for the ills that you have to deal with while people laughing at the conditions here. You're more equipped to sit here than many of these people. Believe that. Believe that. I look forward to a day when yourself and people like you are in these leadership roles, because the people that are here now have no clue on why they're supposed to be here. When a young woman has to come to the podium and talk about how her quality of life is diminished, how she has to witness these crimes that's taking place, and the person, the highest signing authority in the city, is laughing over the conditions that's happening here, you know there's a problem. You know there's a problem. I'm speaking, and she should remain silent as possible. So, with Mr. Olivares, talk about preferential treatment. When anybody gets an extension gracefully and they want to, cut his microphone, but he's absolutely right to say a 5-year-old could figure it out better. This young lady just displayed so much more decorum and her level of intellect that on this side, people, and they try to make it as if it's a racial thing, as if you're trying to say, well, a language barrier. There's an obligation to be able to clearly get your point across, right? And she showed more level of I don't even want to say experience. She showed more capacity than I sit next to every single night. Hat goes off to you. And she's homeschooled in an environment where if we can't acknowledge that it is a very, very tough circumstances over there, then we are failing. We don't even understand our own community. They don't understand this community. But you know what they do? They show up at the Masonic to give out free turkeys and give out free meals and show up all over the place at, when these ribbon cuttings are taking place, acting as if they're doing something. Acting, key word. Ms. Harrison, I hate to make this an acknowledgement to you, but all of those incidents that you spoke about were all in the 3rd Ward. And we... You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And I'm not negating that. What I'm saying is, for those up here who are delusional, who think it's just isolated to one space, you're talking about all these things that took place in what's supposed to be the best part of our community, right? Where the largest homes are, where the highest taxpayers are, and you have all of this activity. 3 incidents that she spoke about. Can just imagine what's taking place where these derelict landlords are being allowed to overbuild and then overburden their residents, our residents, by charging them, callously for parking and overcharging them for rent, illegal evictions, and I continue. Ms. Hannibal, keep doing what you're doing. And I think, the pressure is gonna, as an old saying says, pressure busts pipes. But people rushing off and not giving any answers. And Madam BA, I definitely gonna make another request that's possibly gonna get unanswered. I got a call from a gentleman who was a former employee of the city, who's been working the campaigns where, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the BA decided to stick her nose in something that the BA's position had nothing to do with. The clerk is paid directly back from the county, and it has nothing to do with city employees. And this gentleman is being taxed on his payroll, on his check for working the polls as if he was still on payroll. So he's being taxed differently than somebody else that worked the polls. And Madam Clerk, if I can get a report, please, on that. I'm sure if you're not aware, I'll get the gentleman's name. But I got a phone call from someone who's stating that he's being unfairly taxed at a different rate than everybody else that works the elections, and he's being told from payroll something that they should not even have a hand in. And I do know that, and I'm not sure if it was ever resolved because we never got a report. Your payroll that you submitted was altered and changed by the BA. So I want to get a report on that by the next meeting. And listen, with that being said, well, then speak the truth. Yeah, listen, the microphone. You got a microphone. Let the world know what the truth is. Let the world know. Let them know that you don't do as this gentleman talked about. You took a $50,000 pay increase. You never go out there and give up any money from your paycheck to support the derelict conditions going on over here. How about the rats and things? Let's just go right outside. I mean, we could just walk right outside. And she's not being accountable. This is like a little kid that just doesn't want to be accountable for their actions. You are the highest authority in the entire city. You're the signing authority here. So to your assessment, the city's performing well. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Yeah. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm not the only one. Not one person has been able to come here from the public and say, "Wow, Madam BA, you're doing a fantastic job. Wow, the city's in the best condition." I was on the verge of voting, but she couldn't keep her mouth closed.
Madam BA,
and
please,
you
Madam BA, we're in a roll call process, Madam BA.
You couldn't control her.
We're waiting for your vote, Councilman.
I know. Patiently wait, sir. You'll be all right. Because what you did tonight was very disrespectful to your own, fellow countrymen there. Person who's come into this community, wants to be a fair and equitable contributor, and you sit here, you give other people, the grace, and just let us know what is the criteria? Like, do people have to be of a certain caliber? What is the criteria for you to allow certain people the extended period of time, and then some people you do not? I'm just curious. I just want to know.
I will answer you after your vote.
Okay, please. I hope
Please,
you
after you
can.
finish.
Hope you don't forget.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I have it right down.
Oh, perfectly.
All right.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman
Thank
Jackson.
you, Councilman Jackson.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, as I always state off, to the public that is present and those that are watching, thank you for taking the time out and making a sacrifice. Paterson, you know what's really sad? Because I see the comments that are on social media. I hear from people all over the state in regards to how embarrassing the council meetings are. And I just want to put this on the record. Tonight, there were only 33 items on the agenda. 26 were on consent, meaning they were lumped together. In one vote, they're done. payment of bills. This meeting should have been over by at least 8 o'clock, 8:30, the latest. It is now 9:12, 9:58. It is, I have the floor now. You have the floor, it's my turn. It is now 9:58. And it's not that we want to rush, but there's a process. We have a process in place where it is outlined, you have 3 minutes to speak. That's not followed. It goes way beyond the 3 minutes. You go way beyond, and then when you're told not to speak, you continue to speak and say, I know it's 3 minutes, but I'm gonna keep speaking. And then there's all these other processes that just are not followed. Items that are not on the agenda, they take over things that are on the agenda, and then comments are made like, you're not doing the city's business. It's not true. Every time we come to the council, we're voting on city business. Whether you like it, you don't like it, there are people in the community that want this done. It's not our fault that people are being shot in the city of Paterson. It's the perpetrators. It's those people that are choosing to pick up guns and go after whoever they're after. It is therefore, it's not city council members. We're not in those areas. We're not in those situations. We don't even know they're happening. It is not our fault that robberies are taking place. It's not our fault that they're robbing stores. The same complaints you get, we get them as well. Sometimes we don't even know they're happening until the newspaper tells us. Right. And then we're on top of it. Let me tell you about the filthy streets. I agree with you, the streets are filthy, but let me tell you the piece that we miss. Do we have to do better with the things we have to do in place as far as from the administration side? Absolutely. But let me talk about the people in Paterson or those that visit that go into the pizzerias, buy a slice of pizza and drop the bag on the ground. Let's talk about the people that buy the McDonald's or Burger King and drop the whole bag outside of their car. Or they're eating a banana and they drop the peeling outside on the ground. We've watched it, we've seen it. DPW goes out, they clean. Within an hour, it's not even 24 hours, within an hour, it is clean. Downtown Paterson, when you ride out of here at night, the business owners they secure their garbage. If you go through at night, you'll see it. It's properly secured. Then you have the vagrants and those that are not predominantly from this community. They go through and ravage the stuff out, and it's all over the ground. And then people take pictures. They don't take the before pictures when it's secure. When the business owners have put it out and placed it neatly, they go out after the fact, and then they talk. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna live in a city that I don't feel is great. Do we have issues here? Absolutely. But I believe Paterson is a great city. I've been born here. I've lived here all my life. If I didn't believe it was great, I would not be here. Do we have issues? Are there things that need to be worked on? Absolutely. That's why you have some of these items on the agenda week by week by week or month by month to make sure we're doing things to help. Residents complain, they call us, we go into committee meetings, we have conversations. As a council, we vote on things that's gonna improve this community. Garbage, we have and I heard it stated that we should vote no on the waste contract. If you vote no, your garbage is not gonna be picked up. You can't vote no. I mean, you need your garbage picked up. So I hear some of the things that are being stated, but we have to make sure. And to Leah, I really applaud your speech. You're very articulate, and I pray that a lot of our young people will have the same courage you have to come out and speak and articulate the way you've done. Because some people, public speaking is a very serious issue for them, but I commend you. I commend all the speakers. And Joel, thank you for always acknowledging my quote. Because, excuse me.
Council members, please, council members. Councilman Jackson and Councilman Abdelaziz, we on roll call, please.
And I just want to say that free publicity is great marketing. So every time you mention my name, you're hiking up my publicity. So I appreciate that, Joel. Continue to call my name out. I love it because it is true. If you wake up every morning with bitterness, hatred, envy, jealous, malice, and strife, there is something eternally wrong. No, it's not contradictory. It is not. It is not contradictory. I am talking. You have the floor, and I stay quiet. It is
Please.
not contradictory, because if everything out of your mouth spews venom, nobody does anything great but you're in a bubble. There's always somebody doing something great there's always someone that's doing something great, whether you like it, you don't like it, and sometimes you don't know, you don't even, when you send for me, I'm coming. So when you come back, Mr. Keys, I'll be ready for you, because I hold the master key, so come on back, I'll be waiting for you. Let's come on back. Come on back.
Ma'am. Your
Mr. Keys,
please.
and I don't mind.
Please.
Anytime you want to come back,
Please.
I'm sitting here waiting, because I sit in my seat all night. So anytime you want to come, I'm waiting for you. I walk out by myself and I come in by myself. So anytime you want to come back, I'm here. But Paterson, we are here. We sacrifice. I feel bad for the secretaries who get up and come to work at 8 o'clock in the morning and have to sit here till midnight, and when we all leave, they still have to take all of this stuff back to City Hall, put it together, and then they go home. After we've argued and yelled and screamed and all types of stuff. And I want to say this to the fake person that emailed and said, oh, some people, they point out names, and it was a fake person that people, and for me, I don't have to bring or send or ask anyone to come to the mic to pontificate on my behalf at all. You will never see nobody come here on behalf of Councilwoman Mims to point their finger or tell anybody on this council off or call them names or anything, because Paterson knows what Councilwoman Mims does. And I will never have to do that because I need to go to a higher office or go in a different position. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. If you can't get along with the council, how are you going to get anything done? Everything requires coming together and voting in a unified fashion. Paterson, I know. Some people, I've talked to you and you say you refuse to watch these meetings, and I get it, because after I leave, I watch it. And it is disgraceful and it is embarrassing, because what you hear sometimes on the mic is not true of what's happening on this council. It is absolutely not true. Items that are on this, we sit here, this comes in our packet, we come here to Finance Committee, we sit here, we go tooth by nail, things we don't agree, we talk to Madam BA, I'm texting, what is this amount, what happens here? And then there was a comment, I want to address this. There was a comment made about the fees that are unpaid. We got an update, I would say 90% of that is paid. But we keep talking about the millions that are owed. That is not a true statement. But if people would read their agenda, if they would read their emails and communicate correct information to the public portion, it would be a lower number. Because a lot of stuff that's being given out is not factual. Because the unpaid fees, all of us have received it, 90% are paid. So I'm telling the 90. And the low percent that's not is very low, and those people are making payments. Ms. Francis,
We under council
Mama Francis, you know the rules.
Members of the public.
You're a
we're
legislative
closing
age, you know the
public
rules.
portion.
You know the rules, Mama. And so we have to make sure, and I don't mind. I tell people criticism is one thing, but not speaking the truth is a totally different thing, or coming to attack people on the behalf of something someone told you or someone said, totally different instances. We are not here for that. We all have families. As a matter of fact, in an hour and 53 minutes, my son will be turning 22 years old, and I am sure I will not be sitting here at midnight. We only have a few items left, Madam Clerk. Yes. I apologize to you, to our secretary, even the police officers, that you have to sit here please. And go through this every week. It's just embarrassing, and it should not be. It should not be. So, Madam BA, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Look, you know we have had our concerns, and we talk about it now privately, but just keep pushing. Because I just believe there's a time and a place for everything, and attacking people and publicly disgracing them and stuff. They have their family members and their children that watch and stuff like that. And I just think it's embarrassing. We have to do better as a whole. So when you spoke, I was quiet.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mintz. I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson, can you come back to your chair? You speak for 30 minutes, then you are, no, I'm not a dictator, but be respectful to your council colleague. But, you know, come back to your seat, be respectful to your council colleague. Or you could just go in the hallway if you want to socialize, and please be respectful.
Paterson,
look what he's saying. He could do whatever he wants. That's what we have at the council with this gentleman.
In closing, Paterson, I'll say this. I'm not worried about who wants to run against me for any office. You can run. There's only going to be a winner. So you run all you want. I'll see you, and I'll be sitting right back in the seat. Paterson, let's keep doing what we're doing. Mims is not worried about anybody running at all. There were 10 people running the last election, and I won. I am not worried about who's going to run. Run. I want you to run. Show me your best effort, and let's see what you can do. Show me what you can do. I know how to do the wombat on people. I know how to do the wombat. Look, I've been in this for 10 years now. I ain't afraid of nobody running. God bless you. Amen. Amen.
Honorable, please.
Amen. That's who I am. Amen. And I'm waiting. So when you're ready, sign your petition and let's go, and we'll see who'll be getting to the finish line, me or them. And I know I'll be here. Madam Clerk, we'll be here. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez, I'll go back down to them. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Paterson. So let me address my constituents. When everybody comes here, they all my constituents. So I try to address it. The mother of Leah Mora. I like what she brought up. I don't want to expose that she is where she's studying or whatever, because if it's possible. My colleagues, because I'm the last one. Councilman Abdulaziz was out there. Come out here, please. Al, okay. Please. We're not kids.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
So Councilman, when the roll call start to close the public portion, everybody in this side start listening to the end. Somehow, when it goes to the middle, down, everybody lose control, and they have their own meetings, and then we can address the public. But I gotta give you a solution, ma'am. I gotta give you a solution. I heard, I listened to her statements and what she was saying, and everything was an aspect of quality of life. Okay, you have my number. Text me the address for we could assign Paterson Police to give extra attention. Ma'am, I don't know what they did before. I'm telling you the solution, right? Because we could come to the podium and we don't have no solution. Then you go out empty-handed. We could assign extra attention, and if there is any kind of activity without exposing yourself, you could address that, send it to me, and I will address it with PDF, formal email, and then see how it progresses and see how it goes forward in that part. That's why we need an address and make sure. Mr. Gilmore spoke about code enforcement. One of the things that I would recommend to the administration is to see if we could do some kind of tutorial videos that we could put on the Channel 77, advising residents, hey, if you're going to contract in any individual to do work, this is what you have to ask, make sure they register. Tutorial, little small tutorial for residents that they could get this information, and probably they get educated instead of picking up anybody from the street. Make sure they licensed, make sure they this. Tutorial informational is a good thing to have for the resident of Paterson. Mr. Elvis Durham spoke about having more presence of police in downtown area. I could attest that downtown is receiving a lot presence from the Paterson Police, especially from Wall Street all the way down to Broadway, and from Ellison Prospect Street all the way down to Church Street. Walking patrol, traffic enforcement. I have seen it. We see the detail. The records speak by itself, the amount of violation and toll card they have done. So the police have been doing the job in downtown district. I just want to advise the people that downtown is divided by 2, 5, and the first ward. I am in the Great Fall downtown district. Okay, so from Prospect all the way down to the Great Falls, that is the 5th ward. I go up and down, and I could see that that section of the ward is being taken care of. But that don't mean that it worries me, anything that borders the 5th ward. So that's why you see me all over the city, and I give the thanks to the Lord that I had the time and the luxury to do that. So I'm okay in that aspect. I listened to Mr. Olivares today. He did something great today. I don't know if you catch it, but I catch it. He said that we all failures. That includes Councilman Jackson, because we are failures. So that's a good thing. But then he says aid, so I had to mention that he said that we are failures. So we all in that boat for him. Mr. Rubias, Councilwoman Dabila stated right, there's resistance. I deal with homeless. I deal with people asking money in the streets. You could see in Straight Street Market by the plaza. You could see a lady on Straight Street and Market in Summer. They already know my car. They know, and they just walk away and then come back. Paterson police receive calls from me saying that there's panhandler in the street. They could go address a move. They could address and say you have to do this, but they come back, and it's called a free will thing, right? I could do whatever I want, and we cannot babysit every aspect of the city, because I could lose my position as a councilman if I address it the way some probably community wants to address it, and they have their own rights too. So we are compassion, we passion. We don't want to see this in our streets, but this is a national problem. We talk about Paterson. Let's go to New York. Let's go to little cities around the Paterson area. You're going to see it probably worse, okay? And let's remind that we are the county seat, okay? And you're going to see a lot of these issues here in the county seat because they come to get service. And when those offices close at 5 o'clock, they don't have nowhere to go. And sometimes they don't want to go to the places that we have assigned, especially when the cold weather, et cetera, et cetera. Madam BA, I just want to see if it's possible. I received a letter from the Paterson Veteran Council, Mr. Vancheri, requesting that the Paterson Veteran Council and Mr. Vancheri is the president of it, to be involved in the process of the grant that they receive to fix, to upgrade the park, that they be part of it, and to keep them involved. Not just because they announce it or whatever. I know there's a grant that they receive, but they want to be involved in the process. Last but not least, also to see if the administration could sit down with the Paterson Veteran Council to plan the banners that we named Hero. Yeah, correct. To make sure that everybody's inclusive and we honor the right people, the right person, and extend it to our veterans in the city of Paterson. Last but not least, I just want to say that I apologize to the community because I had a definite fact. Thank you, Councilwoman Mintz and Councilman Shaheen and Councilman Mendez for excuse me for the last meeting. It's hard to when you lose a family member in these times of needs, right? But we are here. I want to invite well, I could say that in the next meeting to close out. But regarding downtown cleanliness, we will talk to the administration to make sure that we work together to make sure that, and it's working. Communication is working. We having communication with business owners, and we have to do what we have to do. Now, Madam Director is here. Director from DPW. Director DPW. Oh, he got, okay. So I want to say this, and it's the last thing I want to say tonight. When the temperature are below 35, we don't have street cleaning. Please. The machine works with water, right? So, and blower, so it's gonna get froze. We don't have street cleaning. DPW will announce when they're gonna suspend the street cleaning. But meanwhile that happens, please, you have sidewalks. If you're gonna clean your sidewalk, don't throw it to the curb. If you throw it to the curb, clean the curb. Help us a little bit. Our city is your city. And if we create that plan between the city and the responsibility of us as a residents, let's clean our front stores. Let's clean our front yard. Let's clean our sidewalks. And you will see that this city will be cleaner. We will be cleaner. So saying that, Madam Clerk, I'm happy to see you. Saying that my vote is yes to close the public portion. And at least I finished before 11 minutes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to be very brief. Well, Councilman Jackson, thank you for telling me how great of a football player. Mr. Corporation Counsel, I want to put a resolution congratulating Councilman Mike Jackson for being the top 100 Thanksgiving football players. So I want to give him his roses so he could smell them. I'll say, so but 6th Ward residents, this is our last meeting before I do want to put this out there. We are going to be doing our Christmas Eve Santa visiting the 6th Ward. So I know 6th Ward residents are very, very happy to see that. I know they've been emailing me, texting me. The route will not change. We will start in South Paterson, approximately 3, 4 o'clock. Then we'll head to Lakeview section around 6 o'clock, and then we'll go to People's Park section around 8 o'clock. Listen out for the sirens and the lights and music. It's a great event. I'm happy we'll be able to partner up with people in the 20th Ave will see it on the 5th Ward. But we are bringing it back this year once again. Hopefully the weather is good and it's not snowing. That's the only thing we get very, very concerned. It's on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. We do it on Christmas Eve. And that's Tuesday, December 24th. Councilwoman, I just know it's Christmas Eve. So if you're out in the 6th Ward, please wave to us. It's one of my favorite events of the year for the residents of the 6th Ward. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just, as I was sitting here tonight and I was listening to all the speakers, the young lady that came first, you know, she's really good. And there's so many activities that we have in the public school system with clubs, with, I have a friend, her daughters is in the mock club where they do trials, you know, and she would be perfect, so perfect. And I just want you to maybe look into putting her in places where she can speak, because she's really good. And what I find is that I'm a big believer of public schools too, but sometimes I find that parents have to be involved with them. Because what I find is that more parents are involved when it's in grammar schools, and then when they get to high school, they're not there no more. I think they think the children can manage themselves, but you gotta remember, your kids need you all the way through. My daughter was in college, and I remember being involved with her in college in South Carolina State in Orangeburg. So, you know, I can see she's really good. Let's try to get her involved with stuff. And I know, but I want to also, that you need to also, I every day, 4, 5, 6 times a day, I'm sending messages to our police department for different items, for different areas, for different things. I would do my best. I would say I would do a meeting with you because I know that concern over there. I got 92 Carroll Street right there. They out all night long. How do you stay out all night long? You know, we talk about hot spots. I live in a hot spot. I know what it is to be up to 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And then you still have to try to go to work. So we gotta do our best. We gotta work on it. We gotta work on it, work on the neighborhoods and work, to make sure, you know, to say so we can have the quality of life. You know, also, I just want to say I'm trying to go as far as I can. With some of them talk about the homeless. Let me tell you something. I have sat on the corners. I have sat in the park. I have sat in Dow 211. And when you're able to get them somewhere, they must be able to follow the rules. You can't come in there and make up your own rules. Or you can't come in there and bring in what you want. So, and there's some that, there was a gentleman, and what I find is that I don't need to tell everybody what I'm doing for somebody. I'm not gonna tell nobody, you know, I helped this guy on the corner on Paterson Street and no, Godwin Street and Bridge Street, or I helped somebody over here on 12th Avenue and Governor's. I mean, I don't need to tell nobody when I'm doing something for somebody. And Councilwoman Dabila said it, we all get phone calls. We get phone calls. I was just away for 2 weeks, but I'm still gonna take calls. I say to people, I don't say to you, what ward you in. That's not right for me to say what ward you in. If you're calling me, and if I can maybe refer it to the council person, but if I can do my best to help, that's what you're supposed to do. You know, I think that people sometimes think that, you know, we're here for you. Don't say that we're not here for you. Councilwoman Mims and I have gone to scenes. We have gone to scenes. And we have seen what scenes look like. And it's devastating, you know, and for the community, I think the people need to understand that some things was happening now to families. We got a lot of grandparents raising grandchildren. They can't control these children. Those grandparents are 80, 90 years old, and they're trying to control these 13 and 14 and 15-year-old, and they cannot. They cannot, and then they have their house all in uproar. You know, you have a kid going to school because he got a brother who's 17 who's playing the music all night long, and he can't go to sleep. So as soon as he get in school, he's sleeping. That's because he's tired. He is tired. And so there's so many things that I think we as a community, we as elected official, I know I do, and I know everybody sitting up here do, we respond. For someone to say that we don't respond, they don't call me. They ain't calling nobody up here. They just thinking what they want to think. I know the kind of calls I get. I know if I can help them, if I can't help them. I know people don't want me to say, you know what, I help you, I help you. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So we have to do our best to help people and to guide them to the right place. And you know, I'm getting more calls now than ever about judges or not siding with tenants. And I say to them, you have to call the state, because we as council people cannot tell judges what to do. And I think that sometimes people think that we can tell people, we cannot. I remember when I tried to talk to judges, they say as a council person, you cannot do that. But I was able to talk to some of them, but there's so many things that we have to do that we need to. But I just want to say, for someone to say we're not doing our job, they ain't talking to me. Because I know what I do. I get calls all night long, and I refer to them. And I just want to say, you know, people probably don't realize that we have a new OIC. We have a new officer in charge here in the city now. Do your best to go down there to see him too. Explain to him what's going on. Talk to him, because and he's a good guy. He's been in the city for 35 years, 40 years. He's a community person, so he's really, he's there to help us. But to say, and you know, I think that what's happening is that, and Ms. Frances Harris said it, it's all over the city. It's all over. It's all over the city. Everybody parking wrong. Commercial vehicles parking everywhere. I'll go home tonight and I'll go down the block and say, you know, cars double parking like they live in New York. You know, 10 cars deep in a block. Somebody got to go to work at 6 o'clock in the morning. They can't even go to work because somebody's on double park. And I always say, get in touch. You know, I reached out to the department, to our OIC. they will love to talk with you. They would love to talk to you. I think that people sometimes think that they do not, but they do. They will talk to you. I talk to them all the time, but they do. And you know what? You let everybody, I ain't see no tapping. I don't want to hear no tapping. Because everybody don't went forever, but like, but you know, it's, and I think that, I just want to say to you, Kathleen Long, our BA, what happens, I find, is sometimes you don't like the answer, but that is the answer. You may not like how it goes, but that's the answer. And I just want to say to you, our BA, Madam BA, you gave a nice answer to Mr. Price. You may not like the answer, but that's the answer. And so it is what it is. And so I just want to say also that, you know, people say, you're supposed to sit up here and work with everybody. How you going to be a council person and not get along with nobody? You got to work with people to get things done. And whoever wants to become the mayor, you saw what happened with President Obama? Don't have no 5 council members up here that can be on your side, because you won't get anything done. It's about working together. We may not agree with certain things, but it's still about working together. And I just want to say that you said the 700 nonprofits, which include churches. I would think that we have 30 nonprofits that are not churches, maybe. The COVID has ruined a lot of churches. They're not open no more. They're not. I work with the tax assessor office. They're not responding to the paperwork sometimes of proving that they're nonprofits. So we don't have 700 nonprofits. They might think that, but I don't see us having. You could just ride around.
There's about 500 churches. That's what he means. That's a nonprofit.
We still don't have 500 churches. No, they're not. Oh, I can get the information from the tax assessor office, because we got storefront churches, we got regular churches. That's what storefronts, I'm telling you. I mean, I will find that out, but there's an item on the agenda that you've been talking about with me, and that's 12th Avenue Playground. It's on the agenda, and so I'm happy to see that it's on the agenda tonight. Right, and so with that being said, I appreciate you all out there.
Yes.
I know. But we do care. We as council people sitting here do care. We care, we listen, and we do our best to solve problems. We do our best to solve issues. We do our best. And we work with department heads, and if you can't work with the department heads, like me calling Billy Rodriguez, Director DPW,
I see.
you want somebody that's gonna answer their phone. You gotta answer their phones. Them directors they don't have to, but if you got a relationship with them, they will answer their phones.
Thank you.
With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Mr. President.
Wow.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, I will definitely try to be brief because yesterday, council members, and it's important that we evaluate ourselves. What are we doing here? And I will try to be as brief as possible. Last week, Councilman Khalid, just pay attention for a minute. Can you come back to your seat? Just give me 2 minutes. Please come back to your seat. My job as council president, my council colleague, my lovely council colleague, my job as a council president is not to try to stop you from just continuing expressing yourself, but my job, if we all collectively, if we work together, and we follow the 2-minute rules, every council member, we definitely could be more effective, and the community, they will appreciate it. Now, the problem that I have in the city of Paterson, with all my heart, this is my humble opinion, people here, they don't want to follow rules and direction. And I truly believe that if you want to be a leader, you need to learn how to follow rules and direction. On the public portion, they know the one. Members of the public, they come here. They know that you have 3 minutes. And I express myself and I let them know you have 3 minutes. Use your 3 minutes effectively. Not attacking people, just make your point across. Request information. Be effective in those 3 minutes. But they don't do that. But they want to speak for 5, 6, 7 minutes, knowing that they have 3 minutes. They purposely break the rule because they want to have confrontation with me, with the council president. And I try to refuse call a law enforcement to remove any member of the public on this day. But that's gonna change. I'm gonna start taking that alternative since people don't wanna follow rules. In order for us to have a organized city and a effective community, we need to follow the rules and regulation, members of the public. We try to be respectful. Some of my council colleagues, they're closing the public portion, like Councilwoman Mims today, and you have members of the public interrupting her when they came in and spoke for 6-7 minutes. You understand the dynamic of the community? That definitely need to stop. We're not going anywhere. And there's a lot of people that lie on this council. A lot of people. Let me give you one example. At the last workshop, I was criticized because I kept item 31 on the agenda, which is the West Side Park, one of the largest park in the city of Paterson that is going to be renovated with $8 million. I was criticized by Councilman Jackson. He asked so many questions. Today, we have a beautiful presentation, and he haven't asked one question. He doesn't care. Now, he need to know, he want to make sure that there's things going wrong in the city in order for him to complain. Paterson, you need to understand the dynamic of people like the councilman of the first ward, and maybe some other people. But he need to know that there's things doing wrong. Look at the beautiful presentation. I made the request to make sure that we have this presentation on TV. Now, what is your question? I request formally a person in charge of this project because we're going to hold that person accountable. Things like that. When he talk about the fees, that's a lie. And it's concerning when you try to, being people up front to lie. Now, look at the different leadership between Councilman Mendez and Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson was criticizing the Paterson Housing Authority. He was screaming because he wants things to go wrong in order for him to have an excuse or something to talk about it. I'm all about action. I've been very upset about the Housing Authority. And those that knows me know that I've been supporting the Paterson Housing Authority. It was heartbreaking for me when I find out the reality of 60 Temple Street. Everybody that lives in the city of Paterson knows that 60 Temple Street is being used as a warming center for our homeless for over 2 decades. Everybody knows that location is easy for people to walk there in this cold weather. The homeless population that we have in the city of Paterson, we all know that it's out of control. Councilwoman Cotton, please, give me a minute. So the homeless population that we have in the city of Paterson, we all know that it's out of control. Everybody's coming into the city of Paterson. We cannot help everybody around the state of New Jersey, but they're here. Now it's even worse. The only reason why we have a warming center, it was because Director Joel Ramirez used his connection to get 545 West Broadway, a Salvation Army, which is at the border of the city, and it's not effective for people to walk all the way up there. Now, if it will be for that, we would not have a warming center, the third largest city in the state of New Jersey. If you are an independent entity, you need to be the right partner for the city of Paterson. Under my watch, I would not allow that to happen. I'm sorry. I sent this letter to the director, and please allow me to read this letter. I sent that letter to the director, to the administration, and it's public. And I say, as council president and third ward councilman of the city of Paterson, I'm expressing my concern in learning that 60 Temple Street in Paterson, New Jersey, 07522 will no longer be available to the public for Code Blue. This location has been available to the city homeless individuals for years, and I believe that it's unfair of the Housing Authority to deny access to the individuals who are in need of shelter. As we are approaching the winter season, the winter will get colder, and we as a community need an early and accessible shelter for warming our community. The new location, 545 West Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey, 07522, is not easily accessible for all community as is in the border of Heldo. I was informed that the reason behind the decision is due to a construction taking place at 60 Temple Street. I have discovered that the construction is no longer in place at the moment. If this is true, the homeless individuals should be allowed access to 60 Temple Street in the building for Code Blue. The construction should take place, move on in the warming, in the summer, or any point in time. It could be the Housing Authority or any entity. If you are in the city of Paterson, you're serving the same community that we're serving. I need an explanation, and the community need an explanation. What I find out was that the construction is not taking place anytime soon, and there's nothing happening there. I sent a letter. And we have to work together, Paterson. The city is not perfect. Councilman Shaheen Khalid and I will spend hours having conversation about the bulk pickup situation that is out of control. It's still out of control. People are not calling, they're not scheduling, the dumping in our community, the garbage. I spent hours having conversation with the director and with the Juan from recycling. We only have 3 trucks out there, members of the council, for recycling. Well, we need 7 trucks to cover the route. Those are the legitimate problems that we have. I spent hours with Madam BA, with Councilwoman Dabila on finance, but we don't have that fight here in public. That's not the reason why we're here. I'm mentioning you all those problems because we spend hours, but when we come here, we pay attention to the agenda, and we try to do the right thing. In closing, to the young student Leah, thank you so. You are definitely your leadership is incredible. At your early age, you definitely hit right on. Quality of life issues is a problem in our community. We have a chief of police he's out there. We need more police officers in the street. I'm making those calls. The comment that Francis Harrison made at the public portion, I've been calling the city. I've been calling City Hall. I've been calling the police for overnight truck parking overnight. I do that every single day. Every day. And my council colleagues, they do the same. So we are fully aware about the problem that affects our community. We're not going to be able to fix the city just like this, but if we work together, we will get it done. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The public portion is hereby closed.
Thank you, Council Cali. We only have 5 items, and we could definitely go quick. Let's start with item 29.
29.
No, 29. It's 2.
Item number 29 is a resolution adopting management and use agreement, MUA, for Vista Properties. It's an administration resolution 24:736.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman
Second.
Velez, second by Councilwoman Dabila and Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 29.
Yes. Roll call on item 29 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
I know, but I'll come back to him. Dr. Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Dr. Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, I don't know if it's my package, but we only had the management and use agreement form, but we don't have the resolution to have the vote stamp onto it. Legal,
That's what it means.
we only have this, but
That's everything there.
yeah,
We didn't get numbers.
okay.
29.
All right, I just going by my folder, that's fine. But it's already drafted, right? Okay, thank you, Council President. Thank you for the diligent work that you do, legal. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 30.
Item number 30 is a resolution authorizing correction of erroneous assessment on block 7302, lot 4, AKA 111-117 Pennsylvania Avenue, owned by 6130 Washington Street Realty Corporation. It's a law resolution 24:737.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 30.
Roll call on item number 30 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Abstain. Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Dr. Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 abstention, 1 absent. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Item 31, Madam Clerk.
Item number 31 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to Flanagan's Contracting Group, Inc. for West Side Park renovation, bid number 24.05 for the engineering division of the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 24.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman of the Second Ward, Shaheen Khalid, and
Councilwoman Dabila.
And Councilwoman Mims, and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 31.
Roll call on item number 31 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Councilman Kalik, I can't wait. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just to address a few concerns. So earlier today, I get a text from a coach who who sponsors himself, and obviously goes around and raises money and things of that nature for a program that has well over 250 plus kids, in which this park is their home. And he called and he texted me because he had some concerns. And if this thing was so widely broadcasted and shared, here's a coach who has been in that park since my son played there. He's 23 years old now. And, so for a council president to make that statement earlier about me having concerns, this guy is a lifelong resident of the city of Paterson. He's a police officer in another community. He still lives here. He dedicates his time here. He gives up. He coaches the Wildcats. Bill, which I know you know much about. Not only do they coach football and have a huge cheerleading program, they also transferred most of those efforts over to softball. These are people that are giving to this community on a daily basis. So when somebody questions my concern about how I didn't hear something, this is somebody from the community. You want to see the text message? But obviously you don't care about that. So, I raise these concerns because the community cares about them. I don't, listen, you guys can spend all this money and do whatever you want to do irresponsibly. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not going to do that. But when the community has concerns, I'm definitely going to make sure those concerns are brought to the forefront. Lastly, it was a fantastic read that you made of the letter that your wife wrote, but the young lady read that letter much better than you did. And that's just factual. That's just factual.
Come on, man.
So when you want to take jabs at me, listen, I'm here for it all day. Trust me.
Listen,
You're not gonna be able to go toe-to-toe for
don't
me.
bring my family into this.
Listen.
Don't cross the line. Don't cross
Listen,
the line. I know
whenever you
I know
wanna
you have
make-
no respect
whenever
for
you wanna
nobody,
make
but
threats
listen,
to
I
me,
know you don't.
whenever
I know
you wanna make threats
I
to
know
me,
you don't respect
whenever
even
you
your
wanna make
family.
threats to me,
Do not
please,
cross the line.
just proceed and
Just do
fulfill
not
what your
cross the
threats
line.
are.
I'm gonna tell you.
Whenever you want to make
Just
threats
pay
to
attention
me,
to what I'm telling you. Do not cross the line. That's it. All right,
listen,
let's keep going.
again,
Just-
whenever you want to make threats to me, I'm sitting right next to you.
I'm not making
sitting
trouble.
right
I'm
next to
speaking.
you.
I'm speaking about city
Okay.
business. City business.
Well, we're
I'm not
talking
bringing
about-
family into this matter. Be respectful. Don't cross the line.
So yet again,
Be respectful.
I didn't disturb
I'm just
you.
talking about city
I didn't
business.
disturb you when
be
you
respectful.
talked anything about me. I didn't
be
disrupt
respectful.
you. I didn't interrupt you.
You would never be mayor
I
of this
didn't
great
interrupt
city of
you.
Patterson. Never. You would never be mayor of the city of Patterson. This city deserves better. This city deserves much better than you. Trust me. Listen,
Ding, ding,
trust me
ding,
and believe me.
game over.
And I don't hate nobody. I wish I could work close with
Council
you.
President,
But you have a
Council
serious
Council
problem.
President,
Please continue.
Please
Please
let him
continue.
finish, Council.
Just
Let me
please.
explain something to you.
Please continue.
If the residents want the city to be repaired, they will definitely support me before they support you. And secondly,
I've
nobody
been
was
high
talking
advocated
about
twice
that.
against you.
If you was the
You've
mayor,
been the last one.
If you was
I've
the
been
mayor,
beating you for over 3,000 votes on top of that. Please. Come on. I'm sorry. Councilmember, Councilman Jackson, my apologies.
If you was the mayor of this
I got Council
city,
President.
it would be far worse than what it is now. The laughing stock that we have now, you know what this place would be if you were the mayor? We would be on national news all the time, and you would be dancing and cutting ribbons all the time. So I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll tell you what. Yeah, you're right. You have a very consistent base that you had. That's diminishing greatly. You have people that was here that was former supporters of yours that is no longer supporting you, and those numbers are building. And by the way, well, we'll see how you pan out with those charges that you're still dealing with. But anyway,
Paterson,
Madam
just pay
Clerk,
attention.
my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Wow.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think the coach will be very happy when he see the design of what's going on in the park. I see the coach, I see him practicing with his kids. There's no light. We have the portable light there. When he's gonna see this architect of the lighting and the football field, I think coach will be very happy. So community will be very happy, like the otherwise what Councilman saying. It speaks volume about his character when he speaks. Attacking somebody's family, mentioning family name. Yes, mention. Why are you bringing somebody's family in, man? Come on, man. It speaks volume about your character, your upbringing as well. It speaks volume. That's all. You spoke about coach. You talk about coach. Don't know. Coach will be very happy. I would love to see the coach and give him the design of the field. You know what I mean?
Coach is concerned he's going to get bumped off the field. He's concerned he's going to lose his practice field. The same way that the team lost Buckley Park.
We are on roll call, please.
We're talking about the concerns that he's
respectful?
I'm speaking. You should look at the design. It's clearly is a football field over there in the design. You're talking about bumping. Well, Buckley Field. Buckley Field is football played there now. Before it used to be soccer only. You know what are you bringing? You always try to bring the conflict between the community. Football, soccer. Immigrant play soccer. And a group. You know, that's you. That's what you love to do. That's fact is, that's what he loved to do. Bring the conflict. You always talk about Hinckliffe Stadium. Kennedy doesn't have a name on it, or the Kennedy or our school board don't have time to. They don't have any schedule. It's already in the contract. They have like 180 days. They could play any days of those 180 days the school board has. Other 180 days is like city and the contractor or whoever has the stadium.
You don't even know.
Believe me, I know. You keep asking Madam B.A. for the expenditure of the stadium.
Has she given it yet?
She doesn't have it. You know it. It's the private entity. Go call the people who built it. Go get it from them. It's not the city. City did not build the stadium. It's an outside third-party entity. You know it. That's the fact. But I don't even know how many times you said it.
Where the money come from?
What? City didn't. See, not the city. We gave tax credit, not the city.
Madam B.A., I will open the mic at the end of the voting, please. We're on the voting section.
You need to get your fact right.
Don't entertain.
Right.
You know what I mean? Councilman Khalid, just continue. I'll open the floor for you, Madam B.A., after we finish the roll call.
This guy is something else, and he always try to divide. That's what I've been saying since I've been here. With the sports or anything, football against soccer. This and that. Some people playing merengue is an issue for him. Playing the music out there. Merengue and bachata. Last week, he spoke about he's tired of hearing it. It's a problem with the quality of life. I love hearing the music in my neighborhood. Man, I think you need to check yourself. He need to check himself. My vote is yes for this. See, I got off the track.
You're good. Just vote yes for your park. That's all.
Thank you,
West Side Park is going to look beautiful. It's going to look better than what it is now. I welcome everyone to join on the weekend at West Side Park when it's completely renovated.
Yes.
36 different items. 26 different sites of the park will be renovated. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Dr. Mims?
You know why I'm excited about this project? I remember when there were conversations about giving this park away. And I was very strongly against that because I believe that what we own, we should keep and preserve. So I'm really happy to see that that point was taken, and then we identified funds through grants, not-for-profits, and we've come together with approximately $8 million to renovate this much-needed park. We still will own the park, and I'm so glad because I believe that's what we should have done. Paterson, you know, while we're sitting here, and I get it, sometimes things go to the left, but we have to be able to work together and not be disrespectful. Madam Clerk, Westside Park needs to be renovated. The other parks have gotten their overhaul. I'll be at the ribbon cutting, and I'm looking forward to taking one of the boat rides that will be a part of these upgrades along the river.
That's right.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
All right. Residents of Paterson, you probably could agree what's going on here is embarrassing. When city business have to be mixed with personal belief and slandering and mocking and bullying, I try to stay away from that. I see the payment, where the money's coming from is more grant money and some average of $2.3 million come from capital ARP money. The only debate I could have is not tonight, is with the residents when they see the park, the completion of it, and they see it, and I could debate them that we spend the money in the right way. That's my only debate. I'm not here to debate with my colleagues about if the park is going to look good or whatever. I want to commend the engineering department that met with the planners or the, you know, because the engineering department put their heart in that park. And Councilwoman mentioned, thanks God we didn't give that park away to the county. And the East Side Park East also. People have short memory, but we don't, you know. We defend what is ours, you know. And when I say that it's going to look good, listen, this is not something that's to debate. This is a blessing. This is going to be a blessing. And I invite anyone, listen, even the light fixtures and everything, the benches, the field, the light, you know. And let me correct the record. It's not $8 million spent on it. You know, it's 9-point-something million with alternative 1 and alternative 2. So, no, based on the paper I have here. Based on this paper is 9.673. It was reduced. But based on this, it is what it is. And no, it was reduced to 8. Look. But it's okay. It's going to be. Oh, I know. Alternative 1, alternative 2. I understand that, but it could go up. But at least the money is there, and it's based on grants and ARP money. Listen, that's the jury of the city of Paterson. I see people complaining about how much money we spend on our parks, but you know who's using it? We are. And our children, and also the residents of Paterson have to take care of it too. Can't leave everything to the administration to take care of it, and we just gonna destroy it. And we advocate for the community. Look, 8 years ago, how our park used to look. Thanks God for the trip that Councilwoman did, Councilwoman Mims, and also the administration to move forward to the vision of the city of Paterson, moving forward the West Side Park and other parks. And more improvement is going to come with the help of DPW director, the engineering department for Roberto Clemente Park. You know, we spoke. I did an assessment with the engineering. The gentleman sitting here, I forgot his name now, but I did an assessment in Eastside, Roberto Clemente Park, and, you know, things take time and also takes money. So residents of Paterson, let's look at the positive of everything that we do in the city. Those that choose to vote different, we are gonna prove them different. And I'm gonna say it again. Those that vote in the negative, we're gonna prove them different. Because we love our city and we wanna see the city moving forward. And it's a real, true, and real great city. Council President, it's your time. But it's disrespectful, and this has happened every other month or whatever. If you got something against me in political, go after me, right? But to go after our family, listen, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Mims, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Dabila, Councilman Abdulaziz, and myself, don't bring family into politics. We keep them away from it. It's disrespectful you bring my family to a statement because you don't have no other job to do. Talk about my dog, he will be happy.
Talk about your dog?
Yeah, talk about my dog, he will be happy. But not about families, and this is a disgrace. That's why our kids take home. That's why you see a lot of violence out there. That's why you see a war decaying. And still, the administration is working towards that ward. And thanks for Councilwoman Ali at-large advocate for the resident of the first ward, and Councilwoman Davila, and Councilman Uden that advocated as a large for that ward. First ward, and I'm gonna mention, if they don't advocate, something don't get done. I did a resolution, and Councilwoman Paterson in DPW. He didn't ask me for permission to put in a committee for DPW. I say, the councilman wants it, go ahead, because it's a resident need. And we did the change in the first ward. That's working towards the residents of Paterson. And let me clarify a statement earlier. Downtown is not the heart of Paterson. The fifth ward is the heart of Paterson. We are in the middle of the entire city. So saying that, Madam Clerk, you're gonna enjoy that park too. My vote is yes.
Velez, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that it will be important for me to make a quick statement before my vote. You know, everybody knows what's going on with the situation that has been going out for close to 5 years. On my case, I've been waiting patiently, and I will, when the time will come, I will clear my name and I will continue serving this community, serving the city of Paterson, because that's what I love to do. Now let me remind the person that sits right next to me that I've been winning 3 elections already with the same seat, under the same circumstances. And I've been the highest vote getter in those 3 elections, big time. I know how to do my work. I go up there, and I humbly say that God bless me every single day. In terms of as a business, I'm way a better business owner than him. I don't own any longer the city of Paterson. I'm been running a clear business career for over 20 years. And I love to serve the city of Paterson. And I don't get mad for him to mention my family member, my wife. It's sad. It's sad that he take that route. But I understand, he doesn't respect nobody. He doesn't know what respect means. So I wish him all the best. Even he wishing me to something bad happen to me, nothing's gonna happen. Jesus is with me, and on the Jesus name I will be okay. But it's really sad. I'm just gonna leave it at that. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 in the affirmative, 1 absent. Item number 31 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do item 32.
Item number 32 is a resolution authorizing an order for contract to Land Associates, Inc. to provide the design and construction documents for the renovation and addition to the building at 125-133 Ellison Street for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works Public Works Resolution 24:739.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 32.
Roll call on item number 32 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Con-
take Jackson's vote, so you promise you're just going
He better, come on, Al, now you wanna be.
Councilwoman Cotton?
She gotta go in order.
My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Like, she gotta go in order.
Go ahead.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I had a 6-minute dissertation to put on. This is just for you, Al. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, Director, after we vote, I know it's gonna pass, I'm pleased with it, the analysis, but there's some kind of renovation going on. This is part of the study? Or design only? Okay. But the scope of work comes after it? Okay, all right. My vote is yes. I'm pleased with it. If we start doing this in all buildings in the city of Paterson, our buildings are historic. They need help. They need to get fixed. We need to do what we have to do. My vote is yes.
Thank you, I got it. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote are 8 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 32 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 33.
Item 33 is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to D&L Paving Contractors, Inc. for the 12th Avenue Basketball Court resurfacing and improvements, bid number 25.12 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works Resolution 24:740.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, it is. Councilwoman.
Yeah, but if you pay attention to what's going on.
I'm sorry,
sorry?
Council President. I'm
Madam
sorry.
Clerk.
Yeah, yes, only, not that we're not doing it. But I mentioned to Madam Deputy Clerk at the cabinet meeting yesterday that we need to pull this off, number 33, because it's a timing issue. This is gonna give us some flexibility as we award the dispatch center, that when it comes back with bids on the 18th, we're gonna award all of these. This is one of the ones that we might be able to pay with CDBG funds.
Okay.
If our dispatch center bid is
Okay.
higher than we
High.
want, we have the money either in ARP or in CDBG to
Okay.
cover this.
Okay.
So
Why it's not
we
being
have to
removed?
wait. So it's gonna be, we asked the deputy clerk to,
Okay, so Council Member,
no,
just a minute, Councilwoman Cotton, just a minute.
Director's here.
We
So,
only need
Director,
another week.
just a minute before my council colleagues remove the motion.
It was supposed to be removed before the meeting. It was still on. When I seen it on just now, that's why I was walking up to the BA to ask her why it wasn't removed.
Is it 33?
33, yes. 33, yes.
I remove my second.
And Councilman Velez, can you remove your motion?
As Madam BA can
Because
explain.
explanation, Madam BA, can you reiterate?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
We need to do item number 1.
so we can fund this project with either ARP dollars or CDBG dollars. We just recently found out we cannot fund the dispatch communication center with CDBG dollars.
Okay.
So now we're waiting to see exactly how much, what the bid is gonna come back
I
at.
understand.
That's not the question. The question is, when is this coming back?
So we're opening the bid for the dispatch center in a week and a day, on December 18th.
Okay.
So if we're going to use ARP dollars, this will come back on December 30th.
Okay.
If we're going to use CDBG dollars, it'll come back early in the new year after we officially apply for those CDBG dollars. That was gonna go to dispatch, which we did apply for, but now we might have to swap. But this will happen. It will
So-
be funded by one of those two
So,
sources.
Councilwoman, Council President, before I remove my motion, Madam BA, so you just stated.
Councilman Velez.
You just stated that we cannot do our money for the communication room, but CDBG is.
I'm sorry.
CDBG or ARP?
So for This
The
project,
communication room.
you can use either.
Okay. No,
Okay,
no, no,
but for
I'm
the
talking about.
for the communication center,
Only?
we're able to use ARP and some of our
Correct.
supplemental TA.
Yes, that was in the spec, the book of instruction of that use of the money. Now, Madam BA, no, it's not removed because I haven't removed my motion. But now that this park, 12th Avenue, it's not a new item. This is way back that had been in the works, you know, talking to, now it's coming to completion. Now, this is an old item. Councilwoman.
Council members, Councilwoman, I'll come back to you.
Councilwoman, understand my statement. We've been lobbying for this type of small pocket parks for the longest. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say.
100%.
This is not coming because this individuals or this individual is moving. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman, just a minute. Go ahead, Councilman Velez.
What I want to clarify in the record, because whatever is put out there is that because a special group went out and did a cleanup, but that's what I'm saying. Can I finish, please, my statement? What I'm saying is this is being in the works for years, that we had the money now, and that defied the money, now it's moving forward. What I request, Madam BA, if it's possible, Billy, the same time they were speaking about this 12th Avenue basketball court, I know you could recall if there was kind of money to fix 16th Avenue basketball court that is smaller than this one, right?
We're looking into that.
Please, that's what I'm talking about. So, to the resident that always advocating for parks and things, we are in the works on that. So thank you, Director, thank you, Engineering Department, for sticking on those small parks.
Thanks, Councilman Velez.
Now I will remove my motion.
Councilwoman Cotton? So, you good? Okay, so, council members, item 33 is out of the
Council
agenda.
President.
Let's do item number 1 on first reading. That's the
Council
last item on the agenda.
Council President,
Councilwoman,
before DPW leaves, it has been brought to my attention that the contract for DPW was ratified on November the 18th. Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if that's correct, but if it is correct, I'm not sure, but I'm asking or requesting, if it is true, that item be brought forward, possibly for December 17th meeting, so that we can vote on it, so these employees could get some retro pay, especially right before Christmas.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I'm not sure if that's true, but I just want to put it on the
Council
record.
President, yes. So
Madam BA.
there are always two parts of the process. So the union votes to ratify, then we submit after that vote to DCA for approval. We have to do a cost out that gets filed with PERC, all these sort of details. That has been given to DCA. It's on their plate right now, and we'll, as soon as we get the final, as they have a chance to review it, then we'll be able to bring it to council. So
Thank you for the thanks for the
No, just a minute, council members.
I-
I'm sorry, council members, councilwomen, stay out the floor.
Thank
just
you
a
for the
minute.
clarification, Madam B. I want to put that on the record,
Yep.
because sometimes things are being stated or requested, so I want to put it on the record what the process is. That's why I made the point. So the
Absolutely.
first part of the process has been done. We're waiting on the other part to be finalized, and then we will move forward. Thank you, Madam.
Council President.
Police brief, we have only one more item.
Yes,
Councilwoman
and it's a
Velez.
point, because she bring a important topic, Madam BA. We approved the police contract about 2 months ago. Is still in the DCA's approval, or? No?
No, that's already done.
So it's already in process.
And the
Salaries
checks?
have been changed.
What about the checks?
The salaries have been changed.
Okay.
And now there's a period of time from July to when the salary was changed, that we'll be getting a retro check.
Thank you.
Can they get that retro check before
No.
the end of the year, or no?
It would not be before Christmas.
Oh,
No.
wow.
At
Let the
this point in time, we
It
have to
won't.
look at the payrolls that are left.
Okay.
And we have to process,
Thank-
and we're gonna have to do transfers, so it'll
Thank you, Madam
likely
BA.
be after that.
Thank you, council members.
I don't know why I asked a question.
Excuse
Everybody
me,
jump on it.
Council
Let the
President.
administration The administration is the one I'm asking. She's the one supposed to answer.
I understand, Councilman Velez, but we got one more item after that, so we could use the closing to address them, because I know the VA have to talk about a few topics that
Okay,
she definitely
all right.
have to go on. So let's go to item number 1 on first reading, council members.
Oh, let me.
Item number 1, Madam Clerk?
No,
It's
Council
a
President.
first reading
Madam-
ordinance.
Councilwoman.
No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance updating chapter 433 of the Paterson Code entitled Stormwater Control to comply with the current NJDEP standards. It's a public works first reading ordinance.
Do we have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Dabila, second by Councilman Velez. And Councilwoman Mims, my apologies. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on first reading on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1, first reading ordinance. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So before I leave, I want to say happy birthday to Councilwoman Davila on the 19th, and my birthday is on the 27th of December. Happy birthday to myself. But I want to give a special shout out to my son. His birthday is tomorrow. My youngest, he'll be 22 years old. I'll see you in a few minutes so I can give hugs and kisses at midnight exactly. To the Paterson, I am leaving the meeting at this point. If you are a student at School 21 this Saturday, I want to thank Sheriff Adamo and his community policing staff of the Sheriff's Department. We will be doing a Christmas toy drive at my school for our pre-K to 4th grade students on this Saturday. You have to have a ticket showing that you are a student at our school. And then next week, we will do our 5th to 8th graders. So I'll be looking forward to the Parade of Lights and all the activities with Santa Claus and elves on this Saturday. And a big shout out to all the great work that's being done. There's many events going on. I look forward to celebrating.
Please.
I'll be looking forward to celebrating with Pastor Lagarde for Winter Wonderland on Sunday and so many others. To Paterson, thank you so much for watching. Please, please, please continue to keep moving forward, being in unity and peace and love. There's so many people whose loved ones have passed away. Please send out your condolences and send up prayers for those that are sick and are shut in. My vote is yes. God bless you and have a good night.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Before you leave, Councilwoman Mims, give a hug and blessing to your son's birthday, right? Okay? We pray for your family too. What are we doing?
Voting yes, that's it.
For what?
Item number 1.
Oh, I thought we were in a storm. Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 1 is hereby.
Move to close.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to close. It was moved. It was council member. Just a minute. Before we call, Madam BA requests the floor to address a few items from the public portion. Madam BA?
Council President, thank you. I know there was a question regarding the sewer connection fees and the percentage, and as Councilwoman Mims said, they're out of the $7 million, there is 84% is collected. It's almost 5.9 million, and it's only 16% that's not. So I did want to make sure that these facts are presented on the record. And I know, we had some chuckles tonight. Councilman Jackson likes to talk about how I'm laughing, but I am, pointing out that a lot of it is related to lies and mistruths that he tells. Even tonight, sitting next to Councilwoman Dabila, who was trying to point out on the bills list, answer his question. He refused to let her to respond to that, and it continually says, prove me wrong. But one thing that is not a laughing matter is most certainly the vote tonight on our MOU with DCA. I would like to thank all the council people who voted in the affirmative and who were responsible, because if we did not have that MOU in place, we would not be able to get the $27 million wired to us this week that we need. We would need a 20% tax increase. 20. The 2%, and then an additional 18% to cover $27 million. That is quite possibly one of the most irresponsible votes I have ever seen on this council, and I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear to the public what the implications would be if you do not vote in support of an MOU. 20%, I do not want to pay a 20% tax increase. So I want to thank, and so that is most certainly not a laughing matter, and I want to thank the council for taking their job so seriously that we are able to continue to move this city forward.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam BA, there was a motion on the floor by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close this great meeting, December the 10th of 2024.
Roll call to adjourn the municipal council regular meeting of Tuesday, December 10, 2024. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I really tried to keep everyone on pace to close this meeting good, but Madam BA, sometimes I appreciate the information, but now this is going to be a prolonged closing. It's the holidays. We need to be more
Go ahead.
friendly with each other. I spent a good time speaking to my colleague, Councilman Jackson, and I was hoping that we're going to end this meeting in a good way, but that's why I'm very, very, very happy that my name starts with A and I vote first. Because I guess I won't be here for the spectacular, so my vote is yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Come on.
Clerk, I just want to say, I'm not going to speak long, but I do want to wish everyone a happy holidays. We do have a couple more meetings after this, but actually this is our last meeting for the year, but we do have 2 more scheduled. The 17th is a closeout. We also have the December 30th, I believe. So I want to wish you all happy holidays that's coming up. I just want to say congratulations to my son. I have not said it. I have said it, but my son made the top 100 football players in Eastside history, 100 years. He was year number 2002. And I want to say congratulations to my son, Edward L. Cotton III, on being selected as the top 100. Also, later, before the Christmas holiday gets here, I will be doing my toy giveaway. I'm not quite sure what day is, but I will keep everyone posted on when I would do the toy giveaway. It would be year number 6 or 7. I'm not sure, but I will be doing that. I also want to say to you all out there for watching, thank you for watching. Thank you with your concerns. Please continue to call us for any type of information that you may need, or you can guide. We're able to guide you somewhere. I do want to say happy birthday. That's coming up to my council colleagues, Councilwoman Marissa Dabila. Happy birthday coming up December 19th. And happy birthday to Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lalisa Mims, which is December the 27th. That's coming up. But to all my council colleagues, I want to wish you all a happy holidays. And to our Madam B.A., Kathleen Long, and Corporation Councilor Amy Abushi, to our Madam Clerk, my Madam Clerk, Jackie Murray, and my friend, my secretary, not my secretary, but she's really like my secretary. She all of ours. But to Sophia Alexander, and to you all out there, to our police officers, I appreciate you guys being here with us at night. But with that being said, happy holidays. And I done said it before, I'm only a phone call away. You can call me at any time. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes, so I just want to start once again by thanking my colleagues for today's recognition on my 30 years of service, to Paterson for all the birthday wishes. I do not like celebrating before, but I'll start accepting the happy birthdays early. I'm looking forward to December 19th, as I'm going to be having a birthday celebration. So thank you for all of those that have agreed to attend and share my special day. To all of you, to my colleagues, to Madam Clerk, to Sophia, to Madam BA, our CFO, who's under the weather, I wish him well, as he also has a birthday coming up on Tuesday, December 17th, and Corporation Council as well, to, you know, our IT department, to Raphael, to our police officers, to everyone. You know, I'm wishing you a beautiful and safe holiday. And I know that there's another meeting. We'll have some virtual and end of the year, December 30th meeting. But, you know, just in case, I just want to, you know, wish you all to Paterson. Thank you. It's almost 11:30. Do you know where your children are? Do you know where your children are? And with that said, also, Paterson, let's turn our lights on, all right? And I say that because, Madam BA, there's a lot of places where there's a lot of lights that are out, and especially during the, around the downtown area. So we really have to, you know, look into that. Also with, you know, if they're city-owned, they need to be looked at by DPW, and if not, PSC&G has to be addressed. And lastly, please address the situation in the Second Ward in Westside Park with the tents going up. I continue to get numerous phone calls from constituents in that area, and I'm sure you pass by it because you live very close, all right? So with that said, good night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dabila. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first of all, to begin with, I want to remind people, I think one of my most irresponsible votes, Madam BA, was supporting the conversion from self-insured to the state plan, which then cost us an additional several $1 million a year. That was a suggestion by you. You was the one who sales pitched it. Please, I didn't say anything when you were talking. And there was multiple items. In fact, Jay Rahman of Paterson Times used to call me the former BA's lap guy because I supported almost everything that you guys brought forward. In fact, Maritza Dabila used to sit here and I used to have to convince her that Vaughn was a solid guy. Am I lying? I'm all about factual context and truth. I don't ever sit here and do something on behalf of myself. I sat here and supported almost every item that you guys brought forward, despite this poor sales pitch that you gave with the example of a family sharing a beach house. And I still supported it. I still supported it. Now you're going to try to tell me that it's an irresponsible vote. Yes, because to have a 2% increase when the sales pitch was by us doing those things, making those changes that you suggested, that we would start reducing our dependency on transitional aid. I can go back and find the videos when you were selling us on the city reducing its dependency. But the irresponsible spending that you continue to do, the irresponsible spending that you continue to do has earned us a $2 million increase. So now, after this mayor who's going to leave, who's going to depart, who will never win another elected position because he's so unfavorable at this point within the city, you guys are going to leave us with a deficit that we're not going to get approved from the state moving forward. They're not going to continue to just give us an open checkbook. That's what we need to be concerned about. And the only other thing that I want to talk about is, listen, Council President, first of all, let me explain something to you. And you know this, we've been cohorts on many occasions. I don't need to talk negatively about your family. I don't do that. I want to talk negatively about your children. I want to talk negatively about your wife. I respect your wife. I simply, by saying that she wrote the letter that you read, if that's an insult, then listen, you're a little too tender. And that's not somebody talking about, oh, don't be talking about my family. And then don't make any threats that you can't fulfill. Because I'm here for everything. I'm here for it all. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it factual. I'm going to keep it truthful. If you don't like it, then that's tough. I don't sit here and complain about it. You guys, I get 8 individuals plus the administration taking shots at me every night. When do I ever complain? I don't ever complain. I'm okay with it. You can say whatever you want to say. You can take jabs. You can send the health inspector after my business. You can do all those kinds of things. I'm going to be here every single night, still throwing punches, still fighting on behalf of my community, because that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Somebody call me out and make a reference of when I'm sitting here advocating for myself. I don't do that. I don't do that. And making a claim about how you the top vote getter and all this other stuff, Andre was the lowest vote getter many times, and so was Joey Torres. And guess what? He became the mayor. And unfortunately, look what that has proven. But guess what? The city's watching these song and dance, these pony dances now. Residents see what's going on. People are waking up. People are getting tired of being mistreated. Okay, so fine. Then fine. Guess what? If they don't vote for me, guess what? Am I gonna go off crying in the middle of the night someplace? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I will say this, Corporation Counsel, brother, you are by far the absolute most disappointing situation that I have to acknowledge today. Because the effort that I make is not for myself. It's in defense of people who are being brutally mistreated. I get phone calls every single night by families who are talking about they're getting evicted. I can play the text message and have Siri read about the illegal evictions that's taking place every single night. But yet, people that are being targeted, that's being charged $300 additional in parking. I never talk when anybody else talks. They just can't hold their water.
He never talk. Never. My councilwoman, we try to close this meeting, please. And I will definitely respectfully ask Councilman Jackson to be brief on your closing statement.
I'm trying to be as brief as possible, Council President,
try.
but I'm being so rudely interrupted.
I tried to hold the quorum. My councilwoman Dabila is up there, almost on the way. Councilwoman Mims have to leave. I'm respectfully asking you to be brief on your statement before you vote.
All right.
Stay tuned, Paterson.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to be diligent. But anyway, I'll look forward to your email outlining the state statute, the statute that you never outlined where when did you send it to me?
I sent it on December 6th. Do you not read your email?
He doesn't read his package.
Of course I read my emails. I sent you a reply to my email today. I sent you a reply to that email. I sent you a reply. I don't need to scan you.
Corporation Council.
You keep coming back and forth. When are you going to send me? I sent it to you and the entire council on the 6th.
How is asking you, listen, I will not move on. I will continue to badger you and do the work on behalf. What is a lie? So, listen.
No, I.
Do it legally.
Why don't you put, what's illegal about it? What's illegal about it? What's illegal about it?
Corporation Council.
Please, thank you.
No, Corporation Council needs to speak because Councilman Jackson being accusing me of blocking his item. He doesn't follow process. Are you okay? Okay, you got it? Sure. Okay.
And Council President, this is the pattern. He says, you didn't send me reports. We say, we email this to you. This is what Councilman Jackson does every single meeting. He says, prove me wrong, show me how I'm wrong, and then we say, this is how you're wrong, and he continues.
Council President, I'll be very brief. Dear Councilman Jackson, this week I was provided a copy of your proposed document to, quote, compel enforcement of the zoning provisions related to rental or leasing of parking spaces in residential districts. Based on the law department's review, I respectfully advise that there are two aspects of the proposed resolution that would need to be changed for the purpose of legal approval. First, the proposed text seeks to, quote, compel enforcement of the cited zoning code provision. However, as a matter of separation of powers, the council cannot directly compel an act by the administration, just as the council cannot compel a municipal court judge to rule a certain way on any given case, and just as the administration cannot compel the council to vote a certain way on any given resolution. Two, the proposed text includes a large number of highly specific statements of facts, and to provide legal approval in reliance on those statements that you came up with, there would need to be some way of verifying, again, your statements that you came up with. In light of the above, the document, as you wrote it, cannot be approved by the law department. Instead, in order to assist you further, we have drafted the attached for your consideration.
Okay.
Very good, very good. So, all right. So, members of the public, as you see, he states a broad statement on statements that I made.
Council President, point of order, Council President. We already discussed the item. We already proved it on the floor. We in closing statement to close this meeting. Somehow has to be a point of order here.
1,000%. This was going to happen. Councilman Jackson, please allow us to finish and close the public portion.
I'm trying.
No, you're not trying.
I'm trying.
You're not trying.
I'm addressing.
You're not trying. Trust me. I have two council colleagues. Councilwoman Mims almost got into an accident in the chamber. Councilwoman Dabila have to leave, and you're still planning to talk for 30 minutes. You're not trying.
Okay,
Corporation Council's on his way out. Because of you, we need to.
Because he made a false statement. He made a false comment. And you're trying to defend his false comment. I'm not going to allow him to walk out on that.
It's a fact.
I'm not going to allow him to walk out that. Yes, he sent it to me.
He sent it to you, and you're blaming me because I don't want to put you right on the agenda.
Here's my reply.
Mr.
Abushi, although notwithstanding the inclusion of the word compelled.
Councilman, point of order. If the corporate council's not here, we should not address the corporate council. We close the meeting another day.
Then dismiss the meeting.
This is ridiculous.
Dismiss the meeting.
No, we're not dismissing the meeting. Madam Clerk, can we continue with roll call, Madam Clerk? Mims, Councilman Mims, can we continue, Madam Clerk, with roll call? Can we continue?
Where's Davila?
Well,
Councilman Jackson?
I'm trying my
Where's
best.
Davila before you take the...
You come back to Councilman Jackson if you can.
Already.
I'm trying my best.
No, hold
Madam
on.
Clerk. I'm not finished.
No, this is ridiculous. Council President.
Madam BA?
The city attorney just blatantly lied.
Madam Clerk, we're gonna
I'll save this material to the next meeting.
So we're breaking the quota. This is what happened last week. Because of Councilman Jackson, we couldn't close the workshop because you find any way to hijack the meeting.
No, I find
Corporation Council was very clear to you. He sent you an email. He sent you an email. No,
I find every way to be truthful.
You are such a liar. He sent you an email on the 7th.
I have an email that I answered back to him.
You're blaming me because I couldn't put your resolution.
Tell me what part of that did he explain that is a direct conflict with the state
Councilman,
statute?
Okay, all I'm saying,
do you
Councilman,
understand how the law works? Do you understand how the law works?
No, the item is not on the agenda.
Council President, do you understand how the law works?
Listen, the item is not on the agenda.
He stated something was unlawful.
No, just, Councilman.
He stated something was unlawful.
The item is not on the agenda, so what we're going to do,
it doesn't matter.
We finished city business.
Councilwoman
We finished the agenda.
We finished the agenda.
If we can, we finished the agenda. Madam BA, thank you. Members of the community, thank you. It's embarrassing. This is the second meeting that because of Councilman Jackson, we hasn't been able to close the meeting. You're not working on behalf of the community. You're not working on behalf of the city. You are a disaster. You are a disaster. Look what happened with Councilwoman Mims. She got into an accident here. Councilwoman Dabila left.
That's my fault too, right? That's my fault.
A lot of things.
That's my fault.
You have serious problem.
The fact that we're holding our
all I'm asking is to close the meeting and members of the public, because this individual is a second meeting. It's a second meeting that we haven't ever to close. All right, so he's absent. Madam Clerk, continue.
My vote is yes.
Okay.
My vote is yes. My vote is yes. Go ahead. Amendment, please.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes. Paterson, thank you. Finally.
The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The meeting of Tuesday, December 10th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's pray for the city of Paterson. It's Christmas. Happy holiday for all the residents of the great city of Paterson. Stay tuned. Resident of the Third Ward, the park on Brilliant Avenue 20 is on the way to be voted, to be fixed and renovated. Let's pray for the city of Paterson. And let's pray for this individual. With that being said, God bless you, Paterson. Have a good night. Madam BA, Madam Clerk, thank you. God bless you, Madam BA.
Christmas.
Thank you.